Good evening, West Orange, and welcome to our final council meeting of 2019. I hope you're all keeping warm and roasty toasty. And Madam Clerk, let's open the meeting.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star-Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on September 26, 2018, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on October 4, 2018. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilman Krakowiak?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Council President Garino.
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Todd Cohen couldn't be here tonight, but he was supposed to be here last meeting, but he represents and he's very active in the research and the fight for pancreatic cancer. So I'm not going to get up at the podium and read the mayor's proclamation, but if you allow me, I'll just take a few minutes to read it to you. Something that's very important, it's another issue of health and what we need to do to try to fight this dreaded disease that claims so many people so quickly and so fast. Whereas in 2019, an estimated 55,400 people will be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the United States, and 44,330 will die from this disease. Whereas pancreatic cancer is one of the deadliest cancers, is currently the third leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States, and is projected to become the second leading cause around 2020. And whereas pancreatic cancer is the only major cancer with a 5-year relative survival rate in the single digits at just 9%. Whereas when symptoms of pancreatic cancer present themselves, it is generally in the later stages, and only 10% of pancreatic cancer patients are diagnosed when the disease is confirmed to their pancreas, and 91% of pancreatic cancer patients die within the first 5 years. Whereas approximately 1,290 deaths will occur in New Jersey in 2019, and whereas pancreatic cancer is the 7th most common cause of cancer-related deaths across the world, and whereas there will be an estimated 480,000 new pancreatic cancer cases diagnosed worldwide in 2020. Whereas the good health and well-being of the residents of West Orange are enhanced as a direct result of increased awareness about the symptoms and risk of pancreatic cancer, and research into early detection, causes, and effective treatments, and therefore be it resolved that the Township designates November 21st, 2019 as World Pancreatic Cancer throughout the Township of West Orange, respectively submitted on behalf of Mayor Robert D. Parisi, Mayor of the Township of West Orange. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll get this to Todd. And he does a fantastic job and his group and of getting the awareness out and research and raising funds for this really dreaded cancer. And a lot of us here in the council know personally people who are affected by it and who were affected by it and who have since have died because of it. So I hope you keep those people and their families and their memory in your prayers. And so thank you very much for listening to me. Madam Clerk, can we move on with nominations, please, for Council President for 2020?
Are there any motions for Council President for 2020?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Michelle Castellino for Council President for 2020.
Is there?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, third.
There you go.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krakowiak?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Thank you to my colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to sit in the big seat next year. So thank you.
Congratulations, Councilwoman, Council President-elect. We wish you much success in the coming year. We know you have our support, and you have the support of the residents of the Township of West Orange. So good luck to you.
And Council President, we would like to thank you for your support this year and for your service in the role as Council President. It was a very busy year here at the Township Council, ending with a big vote again this evening. but you handle yourself quite well, and I'm not sure if my colleagues want to take an opportunity to add to that, but we really appreciate it, and we have a little something here for you. We have a beautiful plaque for Council President's service from 2019 to December 31st, January 1st to December 31st, 2019, in appreciation for your dedicated service and commitment to the Township of West Orange in your leadership role as Council President. Thank you very much, Council.
Gary, Michelle? Gary, oh.
I think everybody should get in.
All right, we'll just stand up.
Right, everyone should get in.
All my colleagues.
No, why don't we go center? Let's go right in the middle.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go this way.
Thank you, Joseph. Oh, there we go. Where would you like me? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are the other ones on the wall. If it's okay with my council colleagues, may I say a few words?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're still running the show.
She said for now. Oops.
First of all, good luck to Councilwoman Michelle Castellino. And thank you to Councilwoman Matute Brown, Councilwoman Susan McCartney, and Councilman Joe Kukoviac. And thank you to the residents of West Orange. Serving on a town council is not a right, it's a privilege. And I've been privileged to work and serve with these fine representatives of the Township of West Orange. I am very humbled to have gotten to know all of them. We don't agree on everything, but I still believe that we're close friends. I still believe that we all care about this great township of ours. I'm very proud of this past year, of what we've accomplished as a town council, whether we all agreed with it or not. The golf course, the improvements to our safety improvements, I mean, the great things that we've left for the future generations of West Orange. And I'm very humbled by being given this opportunity. I feel that it was a duty that was given to me, and I did it the best I could. You may not have agreed with me all the time, but I'm always there for you. I have the greatest respect for our residents, for the members of the administration, for the volunteers. We have fantastic volunteers, and we showed it at our previous council meeting where we honored all those members of different organizations. And I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, that it has been, again, the privilege and an honor to serve with these great people. And they are great people, whether we agree or disagree. But we all care about one thing and one thing only, is the development and the movement and the improvement of the great township of West Orange. So I want to thank you all personally from the bottom of my heart. And thank you for putting up with me. I've left you each something to show you my appreciation, and I wish you the merriest of Christmases and the most joyous of the new year. And I wish our residents the same, plus a wonderful Hanukkah and a wonderful Kwanzaa. And may the new year bring you the most health and happiness for you and your families, because that's all that really matters. Wealth is secondary, because without your health, you don't have anything. And again, I want to thank you all and wish you the very, very best. And I look forward to another year of doing other great things for the Township of West Orange. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll move around with nominations for council liaison appointments, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Planning Board.
Planning Board, I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Susan McCartney to continue her great work on the Planning Board.
I second,
Thank
if
you.
you still want to
Absolutely.
serve.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Local Assistance Board,
I nominate Councilwoman Matute Brown to continue her service on the Local Assistance Board.
I second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Degnan House,
Do you still want Renaus?
Sure. Michelle?
Yeah, I'm still willing to serve.
Mhm.
Second?
well, who made the first?
Oh, was it nominated for, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, nominate Michelle?
Okay,
Were you nominating yourself?
Oh, no, I was just
Okay.
going to try to move things along.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. John P. Renahouse,
Mhm.
Nominate Susan McCartney?
Stay.
Second.
Thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. Downtown West Orange Alliance,
If you want to stay, you can. I would
Yeah.
love to take it on, but
No, I'll take it. I want it.
then I'll nominate Jerry.
okay. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? West Orange Municipal Alliance Committee,
Nominate Cindy Manute Brown, if she'd like to stay.
Yes, I would, thank you.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? West Orange Arts Council,
I'm happy to stay.
Oh,
is there a
16 years.
nomination?
Susan McCartney?
Okay.
Councilwoman Susan McCartney.
Second? Was there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Open Space and Recreation Committee,
Councilman Kukoviac.
I'd like to continue serving if,
I'll second that.
okay.
thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Public Relations Commission,
I mean,
Councilwoman, you
Yeah.
s-
Sure, I'll stay there.
okay. Is there a second?
Sure, second.
Thank
All in
you.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Center,
I nominate Councilwoman Matute Brown.
second?
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And West Orange Board of Education,
If you don't mind, I'd like to continue my
I'll
role
nominate
there.
Michelle.
Thank you.
is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any opposed? I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then council appointment by consensus for Anthony Campagna on the Rent Leveling Board. He has expressed an interest in continuing to serve.
Approved.
Sure, yes.
Okay. All,
As long as there are no meetings.
yeah. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Are we missing a committee for Councilman Kukoviac? Don't you do the Historic Preservation
Oh.
Commission?
I do, but
That has
it's,
never been on this list.
it's an informal because it's an informal role because of my interest and not because it's actually in the ordinance. So
Okay.
if we
Yeah.
wish to amend the ordinance, I'm happy to take that on if you
we
want
can
to do
work
that
on
and
that.
make it
Sure,
into a
yeah,
formal.
yeah, why not?
We'll make that, we'll change the
Okay.
ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that and make it an official, you
And
know,
thank you for continuing your work there.
so. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else on appointments? Thank you all for your service to the different boards. We wish you good luck in the coming year. Some great things are coming up. Mr. Sayers, redevelopment.
Actually, I was trying to get in touch with Mr. Diaz most of the week. I think he's been away. But from what I understand, they have, currently, they have 210 units currently rented. And, you know, they're moving along with phase two, so that's where we're at. I was not able to speak to Mr. Diaz this week.
Anything with the retail down below?
No, I have not. Like I said, first of all, I didn't get to speak to him this week, but as far as I know, there's no retail on the bottom right now.
Okay, because we're meeting with a lot of residents, Mr. Sayers, we've met, and I've met with a number of the residents there, and they're really kind of disappointed. You know, they were hoping there would be some retail down there. They love the facility, they love the building, but, you know, they were hoping that there'd be some more retail down there. So Okay.
I will definitely, when I speak to him, I will press the issue.
But it's not unusual, you know, living since...
Oh, no, I know. I know it's not unusual, Mr. Trank. I just, what I'm saying is, it's, you know, it's going on 2 years and,
By the market.
you know, and when the residents ask, I like to have a response back to the residents.
Okay, open up the butts.
I can open, you want to lend me the money? Yes, ma'am.
I just had a follow-up question with respect to where are we with Phase 2? Have there been, can you give us a status on Phase 2?
I know they went before the board, correct, Susan?
Phase 2 on 2A, yes, that was the 20 units. I think I shared that application with everyone. That's 20 units at the end of Babcock.
Right.
They have a 2B, which would be where the Barton Press site, where that was demolished, so that has not come before the board yet. So no, I really don't have any information on that yet. But the 20 units were approved on Babcock.
Have they pulled any permits, do you know, from the zone?
I
No.
don't know that.
Anything else? Anyone else want redevelopment or anything?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sayers, I understand that there is a sale of the property in process. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't know if there's a sale in process, to be quite honest with you. We've heard rumors about that, but we've not been able to confirm any of that, that they're looking to sell off Phase 1 to a different company, but I'm not so sure exactly where that's at. We're trying to figure that out, to be honest with you. Excuse me.
Do you recall, just off the top of your head, what the governing documents say about a sale? I think we have to approve it, don't we?
I would think the council has to approve it, yes. I would believe so. I believe so.
But so far, you haven't had any
Nothing.
formal...
Nothing formal.
Okay, well, if you could find out and send an email to the council.
Yeah, if I find out, as soon as I get it, I'll get it out to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The other question I had is about the jitney. I understand the jitney is now picking up at the site?
At the site?
Yeah, 175 Main
Yeah,
Street?
it's stopping there, and according, I was supposed to, Mr. Lepore and I were supposed to sit down to see what numbers were coming out of there, because what we first wanted to do was see what kind of numbers are coming out of there. And if they were heavy numbers, then we were going to do what we had to do, but we haven't sat down and discussed that yet. That just started, actually.
When did it start, Mr. Sayers?
I'm not sure exactly when. Do you remember, John? I'm not sure exactly when, but I'll find out and I'll let you know.
Looks like,
I could talk to it because I help advocate for it. So basically, it started about 2 months ago. And even though they're not up to the capacity, there's a few commuters coming out of there. The jitney drives by there regardless. And it kind of serves twofold. One, the bus, there was room on the bus right now. So unless we get some more residents where there isn't any room, which isn't the issue currently, but they will sit down and move forward with them providing their own bus once the building fills up, and the townhouses as well. But it was kind of silly because we offer it townwide regardless, and it was literally driving right by the building. So it made sense to also help assist with sales of the rentals, which helps all of us.
There's not many bodies, I'm just not so sure.
There's
what-
very few right
Yeah,
now,
it's
very few. But
But
from
they're
a sales
requesting-
perspective, in order to say, well, it's coming, as opposed to it's here now. So that's where that came about.
so you may recall this because you're following more closely than I am, but I thought in previous conversations among the council and the administration, there was a discussion about a definite idea that there would be a contract and that there would be
There
between...
is, there will be.
There will be.
Yes.
And that the development, the prison lofts, Edison lofts, will be paying for that service.
Correct.
But it
Yes.
sounds like what you're saying, they're getting the service now but not paying for it.
They're not paying for it, but neither is the rest of the township. So they'll get their own bus. They're working that out with Mr. Lepore. The numbers aren't there yet. So once it got to certain numbers per the contract, Mr. Trank, you're our attorney, once it got to a certain point, then they would provide their own jitney. But they're not there yet. There's only a couple people right now that are utilizing the service.
So,
And there was room on our existing jitney that drove by there regardless.
is the,
Had there not been room on that jitney, then we wouldn't have made the accommodation.
so was the original agreement, I don't remember this description of the contractual relationship when we talked about it at previous meetings. So I'm just trying to understand, was it always an agreement that if it stopped and picked up at Edison Loss that they would be paying? I thought, we've been talking about a contract for probably a year.
No, they were, you folks, had proved that original
I think it was
phase
actually
one.
about adding a specific route.
Yeah, it was additional route that,
An additional route.
May,
go ahead.
Council President?
Because with 333 units, I think their thought was
Yeah.
they could fill a route.
I mean, technically
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
those same couple people could drive to Mississippi Loop, park there, and hop on the jitney.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman
Go ahead.
McCarthy, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add to.
If I could, just one more follow-up. You said if there are enough people, then they're going to get their own bus. I just want to make sure I understand. Are we talking about purchase, is the town talking about purchasing a bus
No.
in order to provide this service?
No.
I thought all our buses were pretty busy right now. Is that not true?
This bus right now drives by there every day. There's not enough people. In other words, there's plenty of room on the bus for, I don't even know how many. It's not many.
I think it was like 4.
I thought it was 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So
When they get to the point where they're talking about moving toward their own route, those details will be worked out with them. Because I don't think the original details weren't detailed. So that's still, I think,
That was the
ultimately
other
worked out, how it's going to function and how it's going to be paid for, or what it's paying for.
And I think I asked this before. Is there anything in writing about what this whole thing was going to be? Is there anything in writing
Council President?
that maybe we could
Councilwoman
distribute
McCarthy?
around to
So
everybody?
during the planning process, we tried to make this a condition of their application to have a jitney. It was not a condition, but it's probably in the resolution for that application that when the demand was there, that they would provide the jitney service. So that was in the
And I think
resolution.
it did say that it was going to compensate the town for its expenses.
Right.
So, but again, that was more of a statement of intent and not the details of
Not a
how we're going to do
condition.
it. And
Thank you. Anything else, Councilman?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, let's do council, any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman.
Actually, since we are, and if Council President will allow for just a status update, since we are talking about the jitney, if Mr. Sayers, and I attended, as did some of our council
Yeah.
colleagues, the town hall that the mayor hosted on the jitney, and can you just give a brief update as to what the consensus was? I know the mayor acknowledged 3 main issues that the administration had identified. Can you just tell what those were and what is the next steps as far as plans and discussions are concerned for Jitney, since others can watch?
Right. There are 2 main issues. One is communication with the commuters, and the other one is obviously, our work product. And some people complained about the buses needed work and things like that. So we've worked on doing some stuff with the buses right now, and we're working on a system whereby we'll be able to communicate directly. Well, we're not going to communicate directly with the commuters, but what'll happen is if something happens where a bus is stuck, rather than the commuters calling us and saying, hey, I'm waiting here, why is my bus? We will be then going out and talking, excuse me, to the commuters and basically saying, bus broke down on Route 1 and therefore it's going to be 10 minutes late or 20 minutes late. And we're putting together a program where we're going to be able to get that information out to the commuters.
Just to add to that, there was only from the few notes that I took, there was also discussion with respect to technology and the need to update our technology communication ability via an app for for users who use the jitney. And there was also a lot of great suggestions from the residents who wanted to problem solve, i.e. A representative for each jitney route. So if there is an issue, then that representative would assist the township in that mode of communication. So I think it was a positive and a bit contentious, but at the end, positive town hall with a lot of information and at least recognition of the issues and a willingness from the administration to work towards resolving those issues. So I just wanted to make sure that those who weren't able to attend could have a brief update as to what that information was. Thank you, Mr. Sayers.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
No.
Councilman Castellino?
I just want to add to Councilwoman's points. I know we're still in need of CDL drivers. Have we had any success in that department?
Not to date.
Okay.
It's just it's a very tough thing right now. If you even, it was funny because after the meeting, I spoke to one of the people and I said, you know, sometimes when I'm driving home, I see these big trucks and then on the back it says CDL drivers wanted.
Yeah.
There's just nobody
Everywhere.
out there.
I see it on Route 1 every
It's
day.
all over the place. And for some reason, it's very difficult to get CDL drivers today. But we're working on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
No? Anything other, before we move? Yes?
Councilman
Councilman.
Kukoviac had asked for an update on Central Avenue, I'm sorry, not on Central Avenue, on the 9% tax credit application on the library site. So I just got a response from Mr. Alpert, who, as you know, is a designated developer. So the bottom line is, he received a call today that he should be by his phone between 12 and 5 tomorrow for a call. So we will know tomorrow, and I will obviously communicate it to the council. He assumes that's good news because normally they don't tell you to sit by your phone unless they're calling.
That's
You know,
great.
they can send you a letter if they're going to tell you you didn't get it. So we'll know a lot more. As we all know, that is part and parcel of the larger issues we'll be discussing when the mayor arrives shortly with regard to the various matters on before the council tonight. And that will provide for 64, 65 senior low-income houses on the library site.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drake. Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not sure when to bring this up, but at the last council meeting, there was some discussion about, at tonight's meeting, there would be an executive session to discuss a proposed tax settlement related to Executive Drive. And I don't see it on the agenda, and I'm just wondering, are we still planning to do that? Because if we do, we need at some point to add this to the agenda and also
Madam
have
Clerk, is
this.
there anything on the agenda for that?
No.
No?
Yeah, we should add it. And
We should
Mr.
add it?
Wow is here, and at the appropriate time after public comment, after the mayor's presentation, depending on when the council
Okay.
is prepared.
We could
Mr.
add it, we
Wow.
could add it to the agenda for
Thank you.
tonight. Madam Clerk? Thank you. Okay. Let's move on. Thank you, Councilman. Let's move on to Council Liaison. Councilman Kukoviac?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the Downtown Alliance. We had a great holiday open house, which also was incorporated, we had a great breakfast with Santa, a great tree lighting. Thank you to the rec department and to mayor's department. So the holidays came in, the shuttle rides, the jitney rides throughout the township, the great Eagle Rock Hill Climb shuttle tour, the normal Main Street into Llewellyn Park. So I think the residents got a good idea. We had a lot more residents. We had 2 shuttles this year, one that went up Eagle Rock Avenue, and we're glad to see that our town historian has recovered from his brief, I don't want to say illness, he didn't feel well, unless something you ate, so your wife hasn't told me yet.
I don't know what it was after that first trip, I just could not continue. And thank you for filling in, Council President.
No, it was my pleasure, Joe. I couldn't do as good a job as you, I had to ad-lib, but it was okay. The other thing about the downtown is that we do have now a food critic from the Food Channel, Sarah Zorn, who gives the Downtown Alliance and gives the residents some good updates about, the restaurants that are in and around the township. So you really get a good feel and a non-biased opinion of the food and the haute couture that we have in the township of West Orange. And she did a great job on Nicholas Anthony's It's a fantastic restaurant, and we wish them continued success, and I know a lot of people have been there. They really are doing a fantastic job, and we wish them well. This past week, she did a little update on Benji's. And, consider that as, from a professional food writer, and she's a violin virtuoso, and she wouldn't complain about tiny violin complaints, but being a creature of habit, she has to pick, and she did. But there really wasn't anything to hone in on any specifics, not really bad. She liked the atmosphere, she liked the food was well prepared. She feels that's something you should take a try on. You really can't just judge one person's opinion on food. You need to sometimes try it for yourself. So, and that's what you should do. But, Sarah, and you will see it when it should be released very shortly. Take a read at it, understand it, but also try for yourself. Don't listen to Facebook. I got to tell you, people, don't listen to what you see on Facebook sometimes, because it's all personal people's and personal taste. Judge your own taste. And we have a new restaurant, even though it's not in a downtown corridor, but Patsy's Pizza and Seafood Bar on Northfield Avenue, where the old Paisan used to be. And, give it a try. It's Anthony D'Agostino, who is the proud proprietor of the Poorhouse here on Main Street. He's taken another chance on the township and really putting a great investment. And from what I heard from people who I know, and people have gone there, and we have to go there, that it really is a great place. But like I said, use your own taste and your own opinions. Don't sometimes take what you see on Facebook, because sometimes it's opinionated, it's personal, and sometimes people put personal biases in. But you should go in and check it. And also,
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
If you do want to go to Patsy's, it's reservations only, because it's that popular and it's in that much of a demand, and Anthony does not want to keep you waiting. So call for reservation if you go.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman.
I'll have to add that.
Also, like I said, the Downtown Alliance is really developing. We have some great members and the great work to do under the tutorship of Ron Raymond and John McElroy, and of course our executive director, Megan Brill. So the downtown is really coming alive. Give it a chance. It really is getting there. The support is there, and make an effort to visit downtown. Moving right along, on tonight's agenda, there is a resolution for West Orange to apply for and accept a grant to do a walkability study, and particularly designating down in the Washington School District. It's one of the requirements, and my board members have worked diligently on getting this application through. Our grant writers feel we have a very good chance of getting it. And it's a workshop and work study and technical assistance on walkability studies and making an area walkable, particularly for our programs of our safe routes to school for our students. And the Washington, administration down there will work very hand in hand with the grants writer and with our Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. And this is only one of the other grants that we're working on. Other technical things we're applying for, to have another town-wide meeting through our Pedestrian Safety Board to work on our program, our Complete Streets. Hopefully get Dr. Charles Brown back from the Rutgers Institute at the Baustein School of Government and bring some of his students back to go through what we've accomplished and things that we need to still accomplish, and maybe tweak things a little bit, but also getting this meeting to get the community input. We had over 300 people at our first meeting almost 4 years ago. We're looking to do the same thing, and the great things that we've done on the Pedestrian Safety Board, the new traffic, the stoplights, the new traffic lights in town. The Freeholder Board was just submitted again the request to remove and put no parking in front of the Burger King outlet on Pleasant Valley Way, which will make that a safer entrance and egress for the area. So we're hoping to get that approval out of the way. More things that we're doing with New Jersey, more things that we're doing New Jersey DOT. We're going for more grants. We're looking to get more people involved in our Pedestrian Safety Board, and we do have great people involved. We're doing, there will be a resolution coming on shortly, not this period, but the next meeting, to ask for the State Department of Transportation to add additional sidewalks on Route 10 going down to Pleasant Valley Way, so we could make Essex Green more walkable, people can get there safely, and that's what we're moving on to do. So other than that, there are some great things that are happening, and we want your input. And other than that, I move forward and we go Councilwoman McCartney.
Thank you.
Your input.
Okay, so, I wanted to commend Sandra Mordecai and Mark Robertson for their years of service on the Board of Education. So we welcome new members in 2020, but they served multiple terms, and it was a nice ceremony on Monday evening at the Board of Ed. I would invite everyone to visit the westorangearts.org, WOArts.org. They had 2 wonderful holiday boutique weekends with handcrafted art, and there are 10 exhibits listed upcoming 2020. So please visit WOArts.org to find out what's going on over at 551 Valley Road at the West Orange Arts Center. 2 weeks ago, the West Orange Environmental Commission partnered with Second Chance Toys. This is really a thank you to all the members of the community that came out. We're trying to keep plastic out of landfills and donating thousands of toys. We filled a truck that all of those toys were disinfected by Sterile Space, a local company in town. We refer to them as the Germ Police. And the truck was filled and sent to Essex County College for a carnival with Troy's Angels, where they were expecting over 2,000 people to attend. So it was a freezing cold, but a wonderful event. And West Orange received here's our bronze plaque. I'll give it to the clerk for our Sustainable Jersey application. We are going to push in 2020 to reach silver, because we are doing so many things. I'm looking at the police department, did a lot for digitizing a lot of their things that gave us points. We accrued points for that. The fire department did an outstanding job this time around, accruing points for vulnerable populations and weather-related plans that are in effect with the OEM. So the West Orange Environmental Commission meets at the last Wednesday of every month here in Town Hall, room 109. Everyone's invited to attend. The West Orange Chamber of Commerce, I invite everyone, or ask everyone, to save the date of Wednesday, February 5th. The Chamber will be hosting their, I don't know what year, but the annual breakfast at the Wilshire Grand, 8 a.m. at the Wilshire Grand on February 5th. That gives a platform for the mayor to present his State of the Town address. So visit westorangechamber.com. Thomas Edison National Historic Park, right here on Main Street, started a book club 2 months ago when Edmund Morris' book was published on Edison. So they meet monthly and have guest speakers. The next session is coming up on January 12th. I invite everyone to attend. We're recruiting members for the Friends of Thomas Edison National Historic Park. If anyone is interested in joining to preserve the legacy of Thomas Edison right here on our own Main Street, our own National Historic Park on our Main Street. I think that's enough, right? Chamber? Plenty. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Councilwoman, may I just take 1 second? What I wanted also, and I forgot to talk about because it was going on and on. We are going to move forward with our Safe Routes to School to make it larger and better, and there are opportunities for us to apply for grant money and assistance, especially from Easy Ride New Jersey and NJDOT. And what it is that, and I've spoken to Councilwoman Castellino because she is a liaison to the Board of Ed, and not to get anybody upset because I wasn't trying to tell the Board of Ed what to do. But what we need to do is we want to put something in place to support the Board of Ed and hope they will support the idea of improving and increasing, with no cost to them, the concept of the Safe Routes to School. So that's in the works to be done. The consultants are working on that. I have to get the ordinance put in that will be sent to the Board of Education. And of course, Councilwoman Castellino as a liaison will know about that. But I just wanted to straighten all that out. That wasn't what we had mentioned before, is that we're not trying to tell the Board of Ed what to do and cause them any additional hardships or anything else. But this is grant money that will help improve the walkability to the students of the West Orange school system. So, thank you. Councilwoman Matute Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Council
time.
President, that's fine. First, I want to thank my council colleagues and the administration for allowing me some personal privilege in requesting that we postpone by one day this town council meeting, as prior to first reading of one of the ordinances last time, I had already scheduled a trip with my family outside of the country. So unfortunately, while I tried to reschedule, it was not possible. So I want to thank everyone, especially Karen. Thank you so much for the notices, and my council colleagues for assisting in that postponement. I really appreciate it. So I just wanted to clarify that it was a request on my part because it couldn't be helped. Also enjoyed, thank you, it was my first time on the trolley. I didn't fall almost, but it was a great time. I did want to just bring up, and this is a conversation I'll have with Joe, and maybe it's out there, but two things that I learned while on the trolley trip, right? Because every time we do something new, we learn something new. The Chubb House in Llewellyn Park, which is part of the Underground Railroad, I was pleasantly surprised to learn is in our backyard. So if we, I don't know if on our town council page in history somewhere we can highlight that. I think that is such a rich part of our culture and our heritage here in West Orange. I was very happy to see the Chubb House. So I encourage those who have not taken the tour to go out to the Edison National. It's right in our backyard. So please do that. And also learned that the last surviving freed slave in Essex County also called West Orange home until he died. The place is no longer a farm, obviously, but it is a location where one of our hair salons are. So I don't know if a conversation can be had to have some sort of a marker at that location, because that's also a very rich part of our culture that I think is necessary for us to all know exists and be proud of. So thank you for organizing that Downtown West Orange Alliance, and it was a great time for all those who came out and had patience with me on the trolley as I tried to balance myself and read all at the same time. With respect, I don't see, is Laura Van Dyke here? No.
No.
Okay. There is a resolution on for the Municipal Alliance for an application for grant funding from the Governor's Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse through the County of Essex. And we can talk about this resolution when it comes up, and hopefully if she can make it, I'm sure she'd be happy to talk about it as well. So that's all for me, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Castellino.
Sure. So the past 2 weekends were one or two of my favorite weekends here in the township, between all the holiday festivities with downtown and working with the students. It was great. We had the Mountaineer Mentors at the Rena House for the Human Relations Christmas party that they gave to the residents there with line dancing. We had our junior ROTC cadets assisting us at downtown for the holiday open house. They were there Friday night when we were setting up in Washington School, and was with us all day Saturday up until the tree lighting. The students were just amazing, and just seeing them work and interact with the residents was really special. This past weekend, the West Orange Hispanic Foundation had their toy drive. West Orange Pass and CPAC hosted their party for students with special needs. And Sunday night, all the volunteers that came out, Mrs. Berry and Lisa Adams, for organizing the mayor's party for are disabled. Just beautiful parties. Big thank you to Santa. He was all over the place, and he made the rounds. Very busy time of year for him, and he had time to spend at all of these great holiday parties. And I promised one of our residents, a former classmate of mine, Leslie, that I would say hi. Leslie sang to me Sunday night, and I told him I'd give him a shout out. So Leslie, thank you. You were wonderful. Just so heartwarming, and just makes you feel great around the holiday season. And we're not done celebrating. We have the Township Menorah Lighting this Monday, the 23rd at 4 p.m. right on our front lawn here, and our Kwanzaa celebration sponsored by our West Orange African American Heritage Group at Washington Elementary School, 5 to 9, Friday, December 27th. So thank you to all the organizers, all the volunteers that put all of these events together. It's not easy. Our Downtown Alliance will be getting up to speak in a few minutes, and our director, kudos once again. You know, you're out there. The work that you do is to be commended. So thank you, Megan. You just all of you. The time you spend is unbelievable out there. Board of Ed liaison. We had met. I had met last week with our superintendent, Board President Ken Alpert, John Calavano, the business administrator, and Mr. Gross was kind enough to go over. We went to meet with them to discuss executive drive plan. Also dug deep. My former years on the school board, I actually found a demographic report from 2005 that we had at the school district. I was very curious to see the planned developments that we had through the years and what the actual projections are. Currently, Edison Lofts right now, we only have 4 students coming out of there. So I'll share a little bit more information when we get to that part of the evening, but it was good to see that many of the projections in the various developments are way under what is actually of the students that are coming out of various developments. And we try to get a good number, because there is a number floating around, which is ridiculous, of 200 students for this executive drive, and that is way off base, way off base. So it was a great meeting. We sat with them, and we will keep in touch with them as we always do. So there has been conversations. The school district actually had a demographer's report from 2 years ago, which had executive drive on there, so it's been on their radar, and just keeping good communication open and planning we'll just continue to do so. So with that being said, one other liaison report, our Degnan House, their new roof is completed, so they have a brand new roof there, so the residents are excited about that. And last but not least, I also want to thank, I went to the Board of Ed meeting the other night, Mark Robertson, service of 6 years, and Sandra Mordecai, service of 9 years. So we thank our colleagues over at the school board for all their years of service and that volunteer job. And I just want to give a shout out to our first responders and our public works department for this past 48 hours with this ice storm. It was really beautiful here in the township, very dangerous with a lot of tree limbs and power lines down. I was fortunate I had power, so I hope everyone's well who did not have power. But thank you to all of them for being out there keeping us safe. Council President, I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on September 26, 2018, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on October 4, 2018. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Present.
Council President Garino.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to my council colleagues, and welcome to our residents in chambers tonight and residents watching on television tonight. Right now, I'd like to open the floor to public comment. I will ask that you raise your hand to speak. When you come to the microphone, please clearly and correctly state your full name and address when you come. And yes, Councilman.
I just want to ask a question. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. I just wonder if we are going to have a presentation on the proposal, perhaps it might be better to have the presentation now so that if there are questions from the public, they could raise them at public comment?
Well,
Minister?
would possibly a hybrid of what I think the councilman is suggesting, maybe do public comment on everything other than, we'll call it the redevelopment issues, because technically, when you get to what are called ordinances on second reading, 2593-19, you would have the hearing then. So maybe do public comment on everything but redevelopment now, and then by that point, presumably, the mayor will be here and prepared to begin the public presentation, and then we could do 2593-19,
Sure.
and then do the rest.
Because the public will have a chance to speak on
Yeah.
that, right, at that time. Yes, okay. Yes, sir.
That is true, and it sounds good. We also have the issue of the tax appeal, because I think the tax appeal has to be settled before we vote on the ordinance,
Well, it's all-
because it's
So important one, you're absolutely right. So to your point is, because this is what I think you said, and I suggested is, let's do all the other public comment now. Then by that point, I will ask for a point of personal privilege, because Pastor Geithner, who's been amazing from the Bethany Evangel Free Church, is here. So maybe you will do Resolution 305-19 after public comment, so the pastor is able to leave. I'm sure he has other responsibilities tonight. And then the mayor would do his presentation. Then you could do open mic on it. Then we'd go to executive session and talk about tax bill. Then you come back and you can comment and vote.
Okay. Okay. Okay, based upon that dissertation, okay, so anyone wishing to speak to the council on anything other than redevelopment, anything, please come up, make your comments, state your name, and we'll take your comments, and then we'll move right along. Anyone wishing to come up? No. Okay.
Oh, Anthony.
Somebody wants to?
Anthony?
Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry. Also, too, I got to make mention, I'm sure, unless you're going to make mention of it, Mr. Puglisi, that I want to thank the county for giving us copies of the new master plan, which is what we've asked for by December, and thank you to the county executive, the Board of Freeholders, and Anthony, for getting the master plan for us. So it'll help us with what we're reviewing and what's going on within the county, particularly at Turtleback Zoo. So thank you very much.
Okay. So Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I'll be very brief. Just want to let you know that the Holiday Lights continues at Turtleback Zoo, closed on December 24th and 25th. On Monday, we opened the third parking deck at Turtleback Zoo, and the goal of that deck had two missions. One, to reduce, hopefully it will reduce traffic along Northfield Avenue. As I've said at this meeting in the past, a lot of the traffic, we believe, comes from the recirculation of cars that come to the site, can find a place to park, and then go back out onto Northfield Avenue and up to Cherry Lane. So hopefully that will address that situation. The second goal, which it accomplished, was to modernize our maintenance facility at Turtleback Zoo. Previously, all that was outdoors. It was a very, to say the least, very unkept area, and so now everything is more organized. It's indoors. We've doubled the freezer space for food for animals on site, and basically cleaned up that maintenance yard so it's more efficient and operational. And then just finally, I can't divulge any names because the award ceremony is on Saturday, but at the Environmental Center, we had a gingerbread contest for all ages. There are several West Orange residents who will be receiving awards that night, that morning, and I can give you more information after they're awarded. I don't want to spoil the surprise.
Thank you.
And as always, all of our information is online, which is EssexCountyNJ.org. Thank you.
I have one question, Mr. Puglisi. The one thing is, I don't know if it's in here, and again, of course, I didn't get a chance to read it. Is the traffic study here?
The traffic study is a separate document.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Council President.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, Anthony, thank you about the gingerbread contest. I know my husband was one of the judges, but they're really worth looking at because each house has to have at least 7 sustainable elements to them, be it a rain garden or solar panels or whatever they decide to add. So they're really, really clever.
Yeah.
And well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the booklet.
So
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry?
comments closed.
The
other than-
public comment is closed. Okay. Now, Madam Clerk, move on with the consent agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I think, I'm not, it's like we're waiting for redevelopment is at the ordinances. We need to get all this other stuff out of it.
Maybe we move the ordinance up.
No.
Because there's a lot of people here, you can tell from public comment, they're all here for
Can I-
redevelopment.
Just 1 second. Downtown West Orange Alliance
Yeah, they're-
Right,
also
let's-
has their budget on
let's-
tonight
Sure.
and requested that they go first because
Okay.
they also have a meeting that they need to get to.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Ms. Burrow?
I was going to do you don't want me to do the
Hi, everybody.
sorry.
I'm Megan Brill.
Let's go. Hold on, Megan, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
We're going to do the consent agenda, and then...
Did you want me to go through that
Yes,
and
go
then-
through that, and then
Okay.
Megan comes up, and then...
Okay. Okay. So approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, November 26, 2019.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions, communications, and bids, none. Bills, are there any questions on the bills?
Consent.
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Councilwoman Castellino?
Can I just, the administration ask that we basically, with regard to 30419, that's the tax appeal one, 309-19, that's the memorandum agreement on the public library, 311-19, which is the local finance board application, 312-19. So those resolutions, we'd ask you to, kind of pull off the consent. And then we'd ask you to, 305-19 is the Bethany Church, that, again, after the Downtown Alliance budget, if we could do that one before the presentation.
Or if you leave it in consent, it'll just...
Well, yes, the pastor is here and was going to just speak to it. But yes, we leave it on consent and we just explain to the public and the council. So you're right, we don't have to pull it off. Thank you. So those are the redevelopment plus the church discussion.
Okay, so,
Madam Clerk?
Are there any other resolutions being pulled this evening?
Councilwoman Castellino?
so you took off Bethany Church?
We did.
Okay, because I
Well,
wanted to...
I don't know if you want to off.
No, I just wanted to make a comment, but I'll wait
Yes.
till we have that presentation. And a comment for the library. And just a quick comment on, just to make a notation of our emergency vehicles that we are adding to the township and purchase of police firearms through the contract of 313. So just commenting, I appreciate the administrations for updating our resources for our first responders. That's it. I'll comment on the
Okay.
other resolutions when we get to them.
Okay. Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Trank, because those are exactly on my list to pull as well, so you saved at least this council member some time. But I do want to pull resolution, item C, resolution 299-19, all of the ones that Mr. Trank mentioned with respect to the library, the redevelopment, the tax settlement, as well as, he did say 304. 312 was also pulled. 314-19, which is the resolution authorizing the township to renew its membership in the Garden State Municipal Joint Insurance Fund for an additional 2 years, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman McCartney?
Thank you. So on this resolution 299-19, I did see a letter that we did receive funding from the DCA approved to do the remediation there. We draw down, I don't know if that was your question, but we do draw down from the
No.
Brownfields Fund.
No, I just wanted to discuss it.
Okay, well, I did see that we did approve the letter for the funding. Yes. Yes. I do have a question on 30219. That was the Municipal Alliance grant, and I was hoping that the plan would include or work in conjunction with the Operation Hope program that's going on. I know it's to develop the plan, but I'm just hoping, and I know Laura is the coordinator for that, so I'm sure that it would be, because the grant is for alcoholism and drug abuse, which the Operation program seeks treatment for individuals. So I'm just hoping that's part of the plan.
Yeah, I'm sure that is.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
No?
No. Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes, thank you. I do have questions about Resolution 305-19, so I'd like to pull that. I wasn't clear whether we've actually pulled it or not.
I was very,
Yes.
305-19, it's the Bethany,
Oh,
Yes.
that has been pulled?
no, it wasn't.
Okay,
It was and then it wasn't,
Oh.
okay.
but it is now.
And also, if I understand correctly, is Agenda Item M, Resolution 309-19?
Yes, that was pulled.
That's been pulled,
Yeah.
okay.
309, 311, 312,
Okay.
314.
And just, again, want to remind about the resolution to go into executive session.
Yeah, that it was added. And I'm assuming 297-19, the downtown West Orange Line budget, you're going to vote on that separately?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I-
Anything else, Councilman?
No, I don't know, I must be out of it. I didn't hear us actually vote on the executive session, and I think
I was
for a floor
asking,
vote.
yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
It's at the end.
And with a floor vote, I think we got to get 4 votes,
Right.
so, okay.
Okay. And mine, everybody already pulled the ones that I wanted, so. That's the only bad thing about being at the end. It's like, everything gets
It's not
taken.
bad.
It's okay, it's not a bad thing. Saves you some time, Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I did have well, if we're going to go through... did
I
you
was
have
going to
questions
tell,
on
to move
No,
forward, but
no,
you
I
have
have-
something else, Sue?
No, I did want to pull, but I did want to just talk about, if we can, not pull it, but just talk about the community development
Block
grants,
grant.
which is Resolution 310-19, item N. I don't think Lenny was here.
Okay.
No.
Can anyone answer the Councilwoman's question?
Well, just if you can talk about how these programs are, what's the consideration given to apply for these block grants?
There are certain areas or zones where we qualify, so we
Okay.
look for projects within those areas or zones. And historically, many of these are repeats that we do on an annual basis or rotating basis. There's a certain amount of it that is for public community groups, and the vast majority of it goes to road programs to supplement what we pay for out of our own capital. There's additional monies that come from the CDBG.
And this is a program run through the Essex County?
It's a federal program that is administered by...
Administered, thank you. That's what my question. With respect to qualifying for this grant, any environmental projects included in these grants? Let me rephrase that. Does an environmental project qualify for this grant?
Generally, it's improvements that can be made. I don't think environmental would be excluded, but it would have to fit within the geography of the grants. What they do is they basically take the census data and they look at what the income levels are in the different tracts, and you have to be at a certain level or below in a tract in order to spend this money on it there. So again, it's something that's developed. It's narrowed. You have a limited universe of areas where it can be used. For instance, there are some other things, such as you can do for disability ADA improvements on municipal buildings and things of that nature, even if they're not in the tract. So there are some exceptions, but generally, most towns that I'm aware of that use it for just similar to what we're doing, roadway improvements, within those zones, as well as, again, some groups that perform social services within those zones, or for people that live within those zones.
And so for, like I see here, and I know Main Street Counseling Center also was part of the Municipal Alliance beneficiary, correct? And I also see that they're listed here as the applicant. Is there a reason why this beneficiary, although I realize that it is a great benefit, right, for mental health, as far as the community is concerned, expanding on mental health, but why is there two, why are they allocated in both programs?
Well, number one, this is not all they do. They have a very large program.
Yes.
They, because we've come up with money for them in the past, have added onto programs using that money to finance those programs. If this money were to not be awarded, if the governing body said, no, we think we can use this money better somewhere else, they didn't. Those programs would just go away because they're specifically financed through these monies, through both of those. So it's just something that's developed over years. Those those programs, I don't know the specifics of them, but I believe they're different. Different programs. They're not. The money's not being funneled into the same program. They're different programs.
Okay. I know when we were doing the budget hearings we did have a list of all of the programs that they requested funding for, because the municipality, through the Municipal Alliance program, also matches funds, correct?
Through the grant. That's
through
not that's not through your budget.
Okay, through the Municipal Alliance grant.
Right.
I'm going to seek further clarification on that, because I distinctly recall in a meeting where the Municipal Alliance had a discussion with respect to the cutbacks the state has made with respect to how much funding they were able to provide. They also changed the requirements with which you were able to apply for that funding, and I specifically recall that the municipality does have some funds that are attributed to this. I may be
in the alliance, there's a match. There's a 25% match. 25%
Thank you. So that's the municipal match, the 25%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's. I didn't think I was going. I may have a senior moment, but 25% match from the municipal.
Not CDBG. That's just the alliance.
No. I know. I'm just trying to understand. Sure. How this program in particular, and not singling it out, but it just stood out to me that the municipality does have that match through the Municipal Alliance, the 25%, plus the funding that they receive from the Municipal Alliance grant, and I see them listed here in the Community Development Block Grant. So I'm interested to understand, having seen the list of programs that they offer, really what that funding is going to. And if there's monies left over at the end of that grant funding period, what happens to that funding? Is it just carried over to the next year?
Well, what happens is for CDBG, in particular,
yes, for
this one, they have to provide the documentation to the county to show that they've used the money, and then the county then sends us the check, and they give us the authorization then to forward to them. So and they have to meet with the CDBG in particular. They have to meet the federal guidelines, which are quite frankly are quite strict. That they have to meet in terms of documentation in order to qualify to be reimbursed after they've spent the money on the program.
Which is much the similar requirements to the municipal what they qualify for.
Stronger though, it's much stronger.
They're supposed to.
The alliance, the alliance has over the years become more and more oriented towards that. I'm just saying the federal guidelines are much stronger than the state guidelines that go into that. But they still have to justify either way.
And do we receive a copy of that justification, that line item spending?
Yes.
If we have one from...
It goes to Mr. Lepore. What they do is, the process is, they submit to the county based on the award, because the county makes the award. and the county looks it over, they confirm that they've met all the requirements. They forward to us a statement that they've met all the requirements. They send us the money. Then Mr. Lepore looks over the documentation as well to confirm that they have indeed, the county and them, that we're all in agreement that they've met the requirements. And then and only then do the funds flow.
Okay.
After they're on
I would just like to see what those are, just to compare what programs are being paid through the Alliance and then what is being paid through the Community Development Grant. Thank you.
Whatever you want.
And also, item number 3, which is, I know Bethany is here to speak on their program, so I won't ask about that. But the 2021 handicapped accessible bus, so that's something that
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
the 2021 accessible bus, the handicapped accessible bus, which is 16 seats plus 2 wheelchair spaces, is that something that the township is purchasing?
If that's awarded.
If it's awarded, okay. All right, and I know that the Mitchell Street is a street program. And the reason I'm asking is because, and I will bring this up again, because the council, did vote to have the mayor do due diligence with respect to the Ridgeway Forest. I understand the mayor's position. However, if there is funding that the municipality does not have to be responsible for, I would like to have that considered in a community development grant program, should there be an opportunity for preservation funding in this regard. So it's not excluded, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't know. I don't know any particular project that you may bring up that's not on that list. Anything you would bring up would have to be evaluated to see whether or not it qualifies based on the criteria set forth by the federal government.
Okay. And then my final question is, what's the due date of this application?
I think that it's due in, it's due now because the county is going to be meeting either later this month or the beginning of January.
So this isn't the same application that has the February 2nd deadline? Maybe I'm confusing the two.
It could be. It could be February, not in January, but I don't have that here today.
Because, I would like to understand better what the guidelines are, and if the February deadline is a February deadline, I'd ask to table this.
Are you talking about CBG money?
You can't use that.
Well, Mr. Gross just said it was not excluded. I am talking about Resolution 31.
I'm not so sure that's correct.
No, I'm saying, I did not say, I said,
You don't believe
what
it
I
is
said was,
excluded.
if council, if there were other projects the council wanted to consider,
Yeah.
I cannot tell you that they would be included. I can tell you we'd have to evaluate them to whether or not they met the requirements.
Can I just ask a question that may help you, Councilwoman?
Please.
So it's my understanding of that community block grant funding, isn't that for particular areas of town?
Yes.
Mainly
Yes. Based on
off of Main
census tracts.
Street
Yes.
in West Orange, so.
Absolutely.
So that may help you with
It's a
that.
very-
So
it's-
Ridge Road up on, off of Mount Pleasant there is out of the zone, I believe, number one. And number two, there is multiple projects, and I see our rec director in the back, Mr. Keogh. There's been multiple projects that I know could be served under this grant money down off of, in very needed neighborhoods off of Main Street. So I just want to add that. And the other, just another clarification is, if you don't use it, you lose it in that particular year, correct?
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes,
Gross?
you have to use it.
I think what's happened in the past is that when we have this discussion, usually if there's other projects that council would like to be considered for the next round, that gives us then the next year to do the research on them to find out whether or not they're qualified, and if they are, where it fits into the scheme of the programs. So that's the way it's been handled in the past.
Okay. And let me just say this one last thing, because I did look up an email that we received, I think all council received, and I did confuse the programs. It's actually the Essex County Local Aid Program that has the February 2nd deadline, so
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have one question, though, too. Thank you. But with the CBD, now, you do monitor the fact that none of these vendors or these can use the money they're granted to maintain their normal operations.
That's right.
It's program specific.
Yes.
So you do verify that they don't use it
Yep.
to offset any losses or underages or,
Absolutely.
deviations and variances from their operating.
There is a specific program, there are specific programs that are proposed, and they have to run those programs.
Okay. And you do a single audit, right? So you verify. Okay. Thank you. Yes,
That's it for me,
Councilwoman.
thank you.
Well, I was curious when Councilwoman Matute Brown was asking about environmental grants. I just wanted to let you know that there is a federal grant that we're looking at right now, SFI grant, that's federal funding for environment. I wasn't sure where you were going. I was curious where you were going with the environmental. We do have grants that come out of Sustainable Jersey, PSE&G has environmental grants. We have the Sustainable Essex Hub, their grants, and the Association of New Jersey for Environmental Commissions.
I appreciate
I know you had asked about environmental stuff.
Yeah, I just confused the two. It's actually the Essex County Local Aid Program that has the February 2nd deadline that I did read that could be used for those, and would ask the council, maybe I'll re-forward this email to have further discussion and consideration with respect to that.
That'd be terrific.
Understanding the mayor's position, nevertheless, I'd like to continue that discussion. Okay, that's it for me, Council President. Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
Madam Clerk, would you like to start with the downtown West Orange Lions
I
budget?
would.
Ms. Brill, thank you. Sorry for the delay.
No, that's okay. I very much appreciate your time. I'm Megan Brill, Executive Director with the Downtown Alliance. Thanks for allowing us the opportunity to discuss our proposed budget with you tonight. I know you have a jam-packed agenda, so we're going to try to keep it brief. We also have our annual meeting, and there's a whole bunch of trustees and volunteers that are ready to jump into that meeting. So, you received all the documents. I gave you the narrative. There's a couple of, it's pretty much the same budget we presented in past years. There is a couple of differences. We received a bump. I'm sorry? Okay. I know the speakers are here, and I have new hearing aids, but it's still pretty hard to hear in here. So we received a bump in the assessment. Large part is because of the Edison Lofts. That redevelopment project has seen an increase in property value, which gives us an increase in our assessment of about $32,000. So that's the added increase that you see on there. The $32,000 is allocated in 3 or 4 areas. One is an administrative assistant position for the staff of downtown. We expect that position to be about $25,000 to $27,000, including payroll taxes, which should be about $3,000 or $4,000. It's a part-time position. This is the current job description, and we're hoping to be able to find somebody by January or February. We've not interviewed anyone, and the request for a potential employee is not out there yet. In addition to that, there's some increases in costs of our equipment that we lease and pay for, so there's a little bit of money allocated to that, and our databases, as well as our newsletters and meeting notices. The other increase is in promotional support. We have $2,500 more allocated in our promotional events. And that will be covered over the holiday open house and West Orange Idol. We did see an increase in the TV show. We also have 2 new programs going into the year. The Critic Restaurant Review, which is trending on Facebook and Instagram. Nicholas Anthony got over 5,000 hits in the first 10 days. In addition to that, you have Genji's, and Benji's just hit, so we're watching that closely. Also, we have a new business of the month. We knew that the restaurants that are downtown will get recognition in our monthly evaluation and review for them. We wanted to provide something for restaurants in addition, businesses in addition to restaurants. So we're rolling out a Business of the Month celebration. So you'll be seeing that. That'll come January, and we'll definitely celebrate that at the council meeting. The last increase is about $900 in visual improvement, and that was for some new garbage can support. We need liners and lids on our garbage cans. And that is it. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for the executive director? Councilman?
Sure, just a couple quick questions. I ask about this every year and didn't hear you discuss it, but the leasing experience and the leasing turnover, can you tell us a little bit about how that's been in 2019, please?
I'm sorry, the leasing
Your
Yes.
vacancies?
of our equipment?
No.
I'm sorry.
Vacancies.
The locations, the
vacancies.
storefronts, the properties.
Business fronts.
Properties.
Vacancies, make the
Tenants.
vacancies.
Not
Businesses
budget.
moving in.
This is not a budget question, this is about
Okay.
operations.
About our business operations?
Downtown, the turnover in
Turnover.
in storefronts.
Oh, you mean in storefronts? We currently have 13 vacancies throughout the 252 storefronts. Only about 5 of them are retail ready. And we get calls all the time about folks that are interested. Some are too big, some are too small, some businesses. We spent a lot of time meeting folks, but I think that we saw an overall increase in this past year of 30 different new business owners and new property owners, which has kept us very busy.
Can you talk at all about, I don't know how closely you follow this, I know I keep talking about it every year, but do you follow how frequently the turnover is in the businesses? So for example, do you get 1.7 new businesses percentage-wise
actually,
every year, or do you even track that?
We don't really get a lot of brand-new businesses. As the folks that have showed up here have either moved from one part of downtown to the other part of downtown, and once they get educated about the benefits of being downtown, they are staying. So we've seen over the last 3 years, really only one business, and that was City Workshop, that has left us in like the past calendar year.
Okay. Just a couple other quick questions. I ask this every year about metrics, what you guys look at in terms of you evaluating whether you're being effective or how you can be more effective and that sort of thing. Do you have any metrics that you can talk about?
Yeah,
for
we know that
2019?
the beginning of last year, we had 2,100 likes on Facebook, and now we're at like 2,700 likes on Facebook. So that is definitely an indicator. We also have a lot of support at a lot of the events that we do. We traditionally have 3 events, and we added 5 this past year, and we've seen some good result with them as well. I think that the best response we can get is that there's like 12 people, volunteers in the room that, spend time out of their day to, to hang out with us and support all the things that we do. For a week before Christmas, they're here, and they were here with us all day Saturday at the holiday open house. So I think that if you spoke to our business owners and our property owners, they would say, we're on the right track.
Okay. You mentioned the increased costs in the TV show. What was the nature of that? Did you buy equipment?
Yeah, we currently have a relationship with the high school, and the high school charges us for the 2 techs for production of Joe's show, and that risen about $1,000 this year. I think we were getting a pretty good deal from them.
I'm sorry, so what did it go from to what?
It went from $1,500 to $2,250, as I recall.
That's a substantial increase. Was there some reason for that?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, that was a substantial increase. Is there a reason for the?
It was absolutely a substantial increase, which surprised me a little bit, but we have not changed the agreement in 7 years. So I think that they were underselling themselves, and they needed to bring and bring them more current. So it's still, they spend a lot of time with Joe, and the support that we get out of the TV studio is great. Sue McCartney and I actually just met with them, and the stuff that they can really do for us is amazing, and we're going to continue to work on that going forward with them.
If I may, Councilman, Ms. Brill, these costs are dictated by the Board of Education, right? The costs for the
It
techs?
goes to, they're contracted, and we pay them directly. It doesn't go to the Board
No,
of
no,
Ed.
but I'm saying, but they're set by the Board of Education.
Yes.
No.
No, wait, what, Jerry? The fee goes to Kirk and
No,
Lauren.
I know, but I'm saying
The
is-
production of the TV show.
What I'm saying, who sets the level?
The contractor. The
So-
contractor, not the school board.
But they're employees of the school board.
They are.
It's not, but it's a,
It's not a function
it's
of the
not a
Board of Ed.
function.
No, I know it's not a function of the
day-to-day
Board of
role.
Education, I know that. I'm just saying, who set, so
It's not a function of their day-to-day
he's operating as a
role.
self-contractor?
Yes.
With the outside
Right,
of
it's
his
the
role for
same
the
as
Board of
when we
Education.
use
No,
food
I'm-
services.
Yeah.
It's the same
I
thing as
just
a
want to understand,
contract.
I just want to understand that, where, okay. Thank you.
So if I understand correctly?
No,
Just
please.
with this clarification, so the people that provide the services are Board of Education employees. They're using equipment that's owned by the Board of Ed,
Yes.
but they are not being paid as Board of Ed
I
employees.
think
They're
that they
being
do
paid as
get paid.
contractors?
Yeah, they get paid within the Board of Ed to do their job. The extra 2 hours a month that they spend with Joe in the production and the airing of the TV show, that's what we pay for. And that was the slight increase this past
So
year.
you're paying for their time. Their
time.
I'm paying for their time.
The Board of
Paying
Ed
for their time.
is donating
Yes.
the use of the equipment.
Yeah, it's after school, yeah.
So I was trying
Otherwise,
to,
it would
just all,
cost
that's all I wanted to know.
I'm sorry, did you say 2 hours of production a month?
Yeah, it's about that, Joe? Sometimes it varies depending on what the show is, and, yeah, so that's it. It's been the same for the past 7 years.
2 hours of product.
A product. Well, 2 hours, it takes them between taping and retaking and production of what raw footage Joe gives them and the commercials that go inside it, and I think our show averages 20 to 25 minutes long. So there's a few hours a month that they spend collectively working on the TV show, outside of what they do at the school board.
So I'm just extrapolating these numbers, so the new cost now for the production for 2 hours a month is about almost $240 per show? Am I doing that math correctly?
Yep.
I don't think so. I'm not sure I'm following why you're asking the question.
I'm just trying to figure out if we're getting gouged, then maybe we do a request for services outside of the Board of Ed. That's all I'm going for, to try to save money. That's what
Okay,
I'm asking
well,
about.
we'll take a look at that, but I don't think so.
Okay. Last year, the board, the Downtown West Orange Alliance Board, voted to give bonuses to a couple of the people who work there. Was that done again this year?
No, we didn't do that this year. No, we didn't do that.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilman?
No.
Anyone, Councilwoman McCartney?
Thank you. Thanks, Meg. And I think, talking about production, the meeting that we had, yes, they do film, but then it takes hours of editing as well. So that has a lot to do with
That's
that.
the production part.
cost. I had a question before you mentioned, I still want to hear about a Main Street Minute, and that might work with the business of the month, so I would like you to do that. You talked about the vacancies and not being retail ready. Do you work with the property owners to get them retail ready?
Yes, we really do.
Okay.
When we can get an actual live human, we are willing to help them. One of the things that I'm real excited about is in Torrey Corner, there's a new business in Food King. I think there's a new owner coming in, and we've struggled with that storefront. Food King is up and running, been there for a real long time. The business next door is not retail ready and in the hub of our Torrey Corner. And we've been actively working with hopefully the new property owners, and they're from New York, so they're not going to be here all the time, but we're hoping that we'll be able to and get that store fixed. They are working on it. I see lots of equipment in there. But yeah, that's our struggle, that getting somebody to actually be receptive to our help is somewhat not so easy.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilwoman Tovar?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Megan, for putting this together for us. Just a couple of questions. I know that this is something we talked about last year with respect to extending the downtown corridor to benefit those businesses in the valley. What further discussions has the board had, if any?
Yeah, extending or expanding the SID is something that would happen within economic redevelopment. And we've been, especially without an extra set of hands in the office, it's not something that we can really embark on. I would think that it's kind of like 3 tiers. The third tier is the valley. The second tier is maybe South Valley, that's very close to the Central Ave project that's going on. And then the first tier is really, there's a couple of gaps within the ordinance with streets that were omitted, and I would very much like to add them back in. So it is a 3-pronged approach, and the Economic Development Committee is actually, looking at that, but I would think by next year, we could add in a couple of streets that were left out of the ordinance.
Thank you. And obviously the reason I asked is because the Central Avenue Harvard Printing Press is coming along fairly quickly, and I imagine that would be a great boost to the SID assessments.
Yeah,
So
the convincing the property owners that there's value in being part of this SID was a big lift for everyone when we did it 20 years ago. We've worked really hard and have a pretty good reputation, so I would hope that once we broach that subject that it would be less controversial and they would see a great benefit. We do help anyone that reaches out to us. We help them as much as we can within the work that we do. We've actually met with and are helping to plan Harper's Cafe ribbon cutting, so we try to spend as much resources as we can outside of the corridor, but that's got to be very limited because the work within the corridor is so huge.
Thank you. Also, the retail-ready storefronts, are they contributing to the SID assessment?
The assessment is borne on the property owner.
On the property owner. So
Yeah, so the business owners, which is kind of the struggle, the chamber businesses elect to be part of the chamber, so they understand what the chamber is and willingly join it. The business owners just get the benefit of the property owners' support of the SID, and educating them on that benefit is somewhat time-consuming.
Okay, and then just a couple more questions with respect to the office expenses, because I see that there is office equipment and software, and on page 2, and office software is another line, but also the social media, the website branding design, and I remember the M365 website. So what are the different softwares that are included in, I understand the M365, that's the platform that you use to get all of the businesses on, and it helps everyone communicate, and your website design. What softwares are different between the office equipment and software and office software for 1500 and 17?
Yeah, the support for the actual software for 365 and the website.
Okay.
That's what's in marketing and promotion. The administration of adding the data into the system is what the office operation would do. And we've traditionally been able to bring in a summer intern or a college kid coming home from college and fitting it in while they're home on break. And we really need to hire an adult that can tackle this job. We're getting very busy, and I think that it's the right time. And we have the assessment bump that will help pay for that.
Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Megan.
Yes, Councilwoman McCartney. Thank you, Councilwoman.
I have a question. So Meg, I appreciate that, talking about extending into the valley. We've talked about that for many years, and we did have a $500,000 grant from the state with the Valley Neighborhood Preservation Program that was in effect, and those funds are gone, and basically did exactly what you're doing for the Downtown Alliance. But as a stakeholder with the planner in the review process of the master plan, was that discussed with the planner? As a Downtown Alliance stakeholder, was that discussed with the planner to look at that?
Are you saying that we would evaluate that within the master plan? That's not my understanding. That I think that there is benefits that are going to happen within the master plan to help support downtown, especially downtown development. One of those things we've talked about that you need for every apartment 1.8 parking spaces, and I can't wait to reduce that so that we can build the project with 10 apartments and not need 20 parking spaces. So I think that there'll be benefits in the master plan, but I don't think that. I do believe that there's some really great, organically what's happening in the valley is that there's some new businesses that are coming. A lot of those are West Orange residents, which is great, and they're excited, and they're doing what they need to do to promote themselves, and they appear to be getting some really good action on Facebook.
Good. Okay.
Yes, Councilwoman.
So I'm very excited to see that you have this new position. I've been after you for the past couple of years. I'm glad you're able to put it into the budget. I think will enable you to be out there with the business owners more. I'm pleased with the job description. Now with the software training, with the person, does the software company have training for whoever you hired that they could?
They have actually a great tutorial online that you can just, the minute you have a question in the database, you can just get on an online chat and do that. And the job description is unwieldy, and we should be clear that we don't do all of that every day, but that's the skill set that we really need, and that, within days and weeks and month that we would tackle all of those things.
And we've discussed this before with some of your business owners needing assistance in social media to better help themselves. So hopefully this will be able to let you go in that direction. The one thing I would like to see for next year, and I'm going to, this is directed towards you and Mr. Fagan, I would like to see us in the Essex County Quarterly mailer with our big events. It's a free service. Anthony comes once a month. We need to get those deadlines, and we need to have our events in that booklet. And I'd really like to see that this year happen. So if you folks can make that happen, especially now you have an assistant to help you organize it, I think it's instrumental. What was excited about, and I have to thank the PR commissioners that came and always help at a lot of your events and the ribbon cuttings, just talking to people at the holiday open house, asking them how they heard about the event, talking to people how they heard about the farmers market. We are reaching outside of the township with having folks come to the town, and that is a goal that we all have to work harder towards this year. And one avenue to do that is that county mailer. So
It definitely helps having yearly events.
We'll discuss that.
Yeah.
That will be discussed at the board meeting and what we need to do.
But yeah, that'd be great. So thank you, and thank you all. You see, and you have great buy-in from your business owners. Many of them are here, and I just want to shout out to Benji's for the Breakfast with Santa. He came and gave each child a picture with their family.
And those pictures are gorgeous.
At his expense, and we really appreciate that. So thank you, Megan, and your team.
If I may. So, my turn? Okay. Megan, too, the thing is, but you have to know there's a big shout out to all the members of the Downtown Alliance, particularly David Drill, who gave his property for the use of the farmers market. without the property, the farmer's market wouldn't have a good base. And the support that the Downtown Alliance gave the farmer's market, and of course, a big shout out to state, the Reese family for what they did. And but I'd like to see more work done on M365, getting that out to the merchants there, getting them to use that. It's a very powerful tool, and hopefully your administrative assistant will be able to work on that to get the vendors and the merchants into it, because that's what you need. That's what really has to be done, because it's a powerful tool. It's a marketing tool, and you need it. It helps them communicate, so the merchants and the retailers, they can share ideas, share what is going on, their schedule. If they're going to have an event, this way people can tie things in. So that's what I'd like to see come this following year, is to really put a push on 365. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the Municipal West Orange Alliance budget? No? Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 297-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going into what, executive session?
No.
The mayor's presentation, right?
Bethany.
Thank you.
Bethany, yes. Madam Clerk, Bethany Church resolution.
Okay.
Thank you all. Happy holiday.
Thank you, Downtown Alliance. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
305.
Some water.
I'm sorry? Water, more water.
We're out.
Hey, Cindy, where's your fan? It's hot in here. And I'm not making fun of you.
Just have this
I'm hot.
sweater. I know.
So, Mr. President, this is on proposed resolution 305-19, resolution approving license agreement with the Bethany Evangeline Free Church. And Mayor Parisi is here, and the pastor, so if it pleases the council,
Sure.
the mayor would explain the background.
Okay. Anyone, anyone wishing to speak on this resolution?
Yeah, the
Any
mayor.
questions?
Mayor,
There he is. Oh, I'm sorry, sitting, I'm sorry, sir.
Mayor Parisi,
I'm sorry.
public comments closed.
There's two, no, I was talking about my colleagues, not the
Well,
public.
no, the mayor's going to give you background.
Good evening, Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Appreciate the council taking time to entertain this tonight. This kind of came about in a kind of very subtle kind of way. We had, over the course of maybe a month or two, the administration was getting repeated complaints about the lack of parking in the Park Terrace area, Park Drive, north, south, and west. And as we know, we can't print more land, so there's not a lot of solutions to accommodating that. So really on a whim, I said, well, let's go to Pastor Guyton, who's been a fixture in that community for a long time and has over and over again demonstrated support for the community. And without hesitation, he said it's a great idea, just got to talk to the people here and kind of work out through some logistics. So while he was working out those logistics and we were addressing some of the concerns that we have to do structurally and logistically, we did a lick drop to the whole neighborhood to make sure, in fact, people would be willing to walk across Main Street for overnight parking and some weekend options as well. And the response we got back from that drop was, again, overwhelmingly supportive and people appreciative, willing to take us up on this opportunity. So we're grateful to the pastor and to the whole Bethany Church community. We will have to do a few things before we actually can make it available to the public, but we certainly expect in early 2020 to provide this as a viable parking option for a neighborhood that has a very limited options as it is now.
If the pastor could
Absolutely.
speak,
Pastor, welcome.
Intimately involved.
Good evening, sir, and welcome.
Good evening. Good evening to the council and to the residents of West Orange. I'm Pastor Zach Guyton. I've been the pastor there at Bethany Church since 2001, and I reside in the parsonage that shares the same address, 30 Ashwood Terrace. And so I'm here to encourage the council to affirm this opportunity for some additional parking. Two reasons really for us as a church. One is we see that people park in our parking lot without permission. So we see the need for parking in the community, in the neighborhood. The challenge when they park in our parking lot without permission is, one, it's often untimely. They're parking there at times that we need those spaces. We don't know who they are oftentimes, so we can't track them down. But two, it's a bit unsafe because if people are parking there who we don't know who they are, we can't trace their license plate or anything, then it could be a transient, someone looking to just have a place to be where nobody would know they're at and paying attention. So we think this would be a good opportunity to consider a partnership. But two, our parking lot is about 100 yards from Edison School, for the Edison School front door, for those of you who don't know. So long before I even got to the church, we know that it's been a place that parents drop off and pick up their children. Some parents always drop off and pick up. That's a bit of a safety issue because we often have a lot of children. Being that we're that close, we have children walking through our parking lot constantly. We have over 300 teenagers during the course of the year who come to some of our after-school programs for our Bethany Center for Champions. And we think we could improve the safety because we don't have a good exit right now with parents coming in the parking lot. And we've tried to do a few things ourselves as a church to improve that. It's not a good way to turn around. It's not a good exit. So with a little bit of landscape work that we think in partnership with the town to improve the outlet, we think it would make it safer for the young people who, one, who are being dropped off and parents picking up, but two, after school particularly, there can be significant crowds at times. We have a basketball court, as well as just kids, being that we're 100 yards from the school, as well as kids who are now in high school come and hang out in our parking lot. And it's really a bit of a challenge. So we think with providing 15 parking spaces, we think we can provide up to 15 parking spaces. If we can follow through with this landscaping to improve some of the exit, we can provide 15 parking spaces to the town. And, as a church, we think it would be a win-win.
So if I'd like to go to the logistics, and again, I can't say enough about the pastor's incredible efforts that he's put into this. We had a meeting about 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago at the church. The police department was there and was excellent. Obviously, part and parcel of this, consistent with the pastors, is to identify who's going to be there. Obviously, if the church has an emergent need, whether it be a funeral or any type of special event, they'll have the ability to contact them. Again, they understand the weather issues that we plow the streets first, obviously, so people can move around, but we're sensitive that Sunday morning is obviously critical for the church. So again, I can't thank the church and its leadership enough, number one. Number two, we're obviously sensitive that we all know that students and other people play basketball, so we're going to work on some of those barriers so that's safe. And obviously I want to also point out the Board of Ed. We immediately reached out to the Board of Ed. We actually, as you can see in the license agreement, the Board of Ed is going to be a signatory. They are not going to meet again until early January, but their council and their business administrator have approved and actually made some edits that I forwarded on. They're giving us an easement to do what the pastor said, to make it safe and flow into that area. We're going to get an easement, and there's going to be some improvements to that area. So again, we think it works from a safety point of view. We obviously think there's a community need. And respectfully, we believe this is, as you know, we did this for many, many years at the Pleasantdale Presbyterian Church to give parking to that shopping area, and we never had an issue. Especially with leadership as this church is providing here, it's a win-win for the neighborhood community. So now, one of the questions that was asked was how are we going to deal with giving out the permits, or whatever the proper name is. We're going to work with the police department. Obviously, one of the reasons the mayor wanted to survey the area is to see, as the pastor said, it's going to be about 15 or 16 parking spaces. So basically, we're going to come up with, it'll probably end up being a lottery if there's more than 15 or 16 people, is the bottom line of the story. And don't forget, it's going to be critical, and you can see the hours here. People have to be out in the hours because the church has daily business and whatnot. So again, we're going to give a 1 or 2 or 3 strike rule and you're out. So we're going to tell people these are the rules and you comply with them, and if not, then they will lose their permit right. So again, we think with this relationship, it's a win-win. We'll obviously work out some kinks as we go through it. The mayor spoke to Mr. Lepore, And again, we're confident by the spring, if you approve it and the Board of Ed approves it in January, that we can hopefully get this implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Trank. Any questions of my colleagues? Yes, Councilwoman.
So the pathway in between the parking lot and Edison, that's what's going to be reconfigured there? I know I haven't been, actually I was there just a month or so ago, but I didn't really notice. So
Yes.
are you going to, what are you going to make, like, you're going to pave, not pave it, put concrete there or
We'll
something?
create an apron for, yes.
Okay, so the students could walk through? Okay. And then you're also going to install additional lighting in the area, or?
Some lighting and guardrail is a big piece of the,
Yeah.
big piece of the cost, just because structurally it's expensive, but yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just have a comment for the pastor. I just can't thank you enough. Years ago, my kids, many moons ago, walked that way to school. What you have done for our neighborhood by Edison is tremendous. You know, years ago, there's kids fighting, and, it was just mayhem on some days. And you came in, you worked with our youth, you totally reorganized, and I appreciate now you also stepping up here to help residents, because this is a need. We've been getting emails. Park Drive, it's tough. That's a tough, they're all one-ways for those of you who don't know those streets. It's tight. My husband's aunt used to live up there, and I have to say, we always didn't go visit her as much as we should because of the parking, so used to go pick her up a lot. Very, very tough. So this is going to be really another benefit that you're bringing to our community, and thank you for being so cooperative.
Are you done,
Council
Councilwoman?
President.
Okay. Mayor or Mr. Trank, the parish will actually be held not responsible for any damages or any liability, correct?
Yeah, there's insurance.
So that if something happens there with a private car or anything else, they're held harmless, right?
Well, we have insurance, and we'll get a certificate that's required, and we talked to our broker, and it'll be covered under the township's policy.
Okay. Okay. And I just want to say thank you very much. You're a very active member of our community, and that makes us the community that we are. So we thank you for allowing us the access. I'm sure the residents are going to love you. You may pick up more parishioners. They're already parked there. So, but thank you very much, and I appreciate it. Councilman Kukoviac.
Thank you. Mayor Parisi, just to get a little bit more specifics on the cost, big surprise, right? That's what I always ask about. You said you plan to create an apron for the students to walk through to the site next door. You looking at some lighting. You want to put in a guardrail. The resolution mentioned perhaps putting up a fence between the parking lot and the street. Pastor Guyton mentioned landscaping.
Just fixing up all the work we're going to do, putting it all back together appropriately after fence and cut-throughs, and after all that's done, we're going to make sure it's re-landscaped properly again.
Okay. And are there any other improvements?
I don't have it in front of me, Councilman, but no, I think that pretty much covers it. We anticipate roughly $50,000 to put this together to provide parking for the neighborhood.
Is there any thought about trying to recoup that cost in some way, like maybe
No.
charging for the permits?
Not at this time. Again, if we were to get in excess more requests than we can accommodate, I guess we can think about that. But within some level of responsibility, government has an obligation to provide parking for people who live here. And unfortunately, that neighborhood just, as times have changed, more cars, and a lot of those houses have no driveways. So we're accommodating what we believe is part of our government's responsibility to the residents. So if we end up getting demand for 3 times the spots we have, then maybe we'll think about some sort of fee structure. But based on the responses we got from the drop we did, I don't know that that'll be the case, but we certainly had enough response to fill every spot. So we did advertise in that memo that it would be first come, first serve. So when we make it official and do an official notice again, we'll see what the response is.
Lighting, how many lights are we talking about here?
I don't know that, actually. Do you have the actual breakdown?
Again, Mr. Lepore, what he said at the meeting we had with the police department and the pastors, we have the ability to go to PSE&G and ask for that. So, so we do not expect there will be a capital expense for the lighting. It's PSE&G, and obviously, so we're, and just to clarify, you said the fence is going to be along the brook, not along the street. It's about safety, you know, because of the brook and whatnot. But so again, the lighting is all about just making it safe for people to get in and out of their cars and to improve the. And we do not expect a cost of installation or the purchase of those fixtures.
I mean, we have some lighting there now.
Yeah, there's
I think
lighting.
that's okay for our parishioners, but if you're going to start allowing folks from the town to use, we recommended that you put a better lighting. And then they're parking along a creek, and it's a bit of a slant. And some years ago, we did have someone go down into the creek, and also that's why we think it's wise to have. I don't know if the engineer and them have actually decided to be a guardrail, but some type of barrier, chain, something like that he said they would make sure is there. That's going to make people safer. So, and I use the term landscaping very, very broadly, generically. I wasn't talking about making it real pretty, but in terms of making the exit, reasonable and so forth. So.
Thank you, Pastor. Just one more question. The reason I was asking about the lights is because as far as I understand, you're correct about the installation doesn't cost, but they charge us on a monthly basis. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what the ongoing cost is going to be. I mean, if you're planning on putting in 20 lights, that would be a substantial amount of money every month. But
Space isn't that big.
I think it's a couple lights.
Oh, a couple of lights?
There's some lighting there
Yeah,
already.
it's already lit.
Okay. Thank you.
You can put 20 lights on that property. The pastor's not going to be able to sleep.
No. That's Giant Stadium.
There'd be no room to park.
Yeah.
Friday night football at Edison.
Any other questions? No? Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 305-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes, and
Council
thank you.
President Garino.
Yes. Congratulations and thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
So at this time, can we set up for the?
Sure.
All right, so again, what I'd like since I want to have a complete record here, if it's okay, what I recommend is that the clerk read on second and final reading ordinance 2593-19, so that the mayor's entire presentation and all the Q&A and deliberation is all part of that record in case there's any challenge.
Okay.
Thank you.
2593-19, an ordinance of the Township of West Orange, County of Essex, New Jersey, approving an application for a long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Green Essex Partners Urban Renewal, LLC. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Kukoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Did you say yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes?
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Here's 2 minutes and you're ready to go.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Here tonight to talk about the Executive Drive redevelopment project. So it's a long and winding road to get us here tonight, maybe more steps than most of us remember. Actually started in September of 2007 when the council adopted the resolution directing the planning board to study the Essex Green Executive Drive project. Same night, council adopted the resolution retaining Paul Breigel to prepare the study. October of 17, Mr. Breigel submitted that to the planning board as an area needed redevelopment report for their review. The planning board then conducted the first of multiple hearings on that report, public hearings. In January of 18, the planning board adopted that resolution. Then a week later, the council adopted that resolution. In November of 18, several months later, the council adopted a resolution directing the planning board to study the existing library property as part of the overall redevelopment project. In February of 19, Higher Rule presented preliminary report regarding 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue, the actual library, existing library site property. In March of that year, the planning board conducted a public hearing on that report. Then the planning board adopted that resolution. A week later, the council adopted the resolution designating the property as an area in need of redevelopment. Following a challenge to the designation of the Executive Drive site, in April of 19, the Superior Court affirmed the redevelopment designation, basically substantiated what the planning board and the council ultimately approved. And in May of 19, Higher Rule issued the West Orange Library redevelopment plan, and the plan was approved by the council. That's obviously a quick summary of the several steps that brought us here tonight. What are we talking about here tonight? We're talking about 4 items that are on the council agenda tonight. Resolution 304-119 is to settle the tax appeal on the Executive Drive and Reedy Circle property. Resolution 31119 authorizes the local finance board application for this project. Resolution 312-19 authorizes the redevelopment agreement. And the ordinance 2593-19 approves the pilot and the financial agreement. As a reminder, the Essex Green redevelopment portion of this project has already been approved by the zoning board. If you recall, the original redevelopment area was the Essex Green property and the Executive Drive property, roughly 70 acres in the center of town. That was already approved by the zoning board, and they are already planning to get started on that work. That plan calls for renovating the existing retail space, adding about 40,000 square feet of new retail space. And they have submitted most of the paperwork already to the township to get that project started. And they do plan on starting that project in early 2020. So what we're talking about tonight is the Executive Drive portion of that approved project. Again, the planning board has already approved the planning of that property as part of the redevelopment plan. It is roughly 30 acres. It is 4 office buildings, 100, 200, 300 Executive Drive, and 10 Rooney Circle, and it combines for 403,000 square foot of office space, again, roughly in the geographic center of town. So what is the plan we're talking about tonight? 300 Executive Drive, which is the office building at the lower portion of the complex, remains an office building. It gets renovated, but it remains an office building. 100 and 200 Executive Drive gets demolished, and 425 residential apartments get built on the property that currently occupies 100 and 200 Executive Drive. 10 Rooney Circle, which is on the right side of Executive Drive as you drive down that road, would be provided to the township and would become the new space for the library, as well as some other uses which we'll talk about in a few moments. Again, 300 Executive Drive remains an office building. It is the newest of the office buildings there. It's arguably in the best shape of those office buildings. Has 494 parking spaces, is mostly occupied with tenants. There are some vacancies. Some of the other tenants in the complex have been moved there, and some of the existing spaces are getting renovated, where other tenants will then move into those spaces, and then they'll renovate the spaces that are there already. The council has already approved those plans, as I mentioned, and what's interesting is that property is already under new ownership, and the new ownership, as I mentioned, has jumped right into beginning the renovations already. So 300, the one building of that complex remains an office building and gets renovated as part of this program. 100 and 200 Executive Drive, as I mentioned, gets turned into 425 rental apartments. That breaks down as 361 market rate units. 200 of those are 1 bedroom with 800 square foot. 161 of them are 2 bedroom with 1,200 square foot of living space. Under the township's COA obligation, 64 of these 425 units are affordable units. 15 of those would be 1 bedroom with 650 square foot of living space. 34 of them would be 2 bedroom with 800 square foot of living space. And 15 of them would be 3 bedroom with 950 square foot of living space. Obviously, when you talk about new development, some of the concerns that the administration has heard, and obviously some concerns that council and we all share, is potential traffic concerns. But it's important that we remember that this is a 403,000 square feet of office space. We've all taken for granted that the last several years, this has not been a fully active office complex. But when it was nearly fully rented, if not fully rented, going back 5 to 6 years ago, there is significant traffic already. The complex has a little over 1,600 parking spaces, which means at full occupancy, there was nearly 1,600 cars in and out of that complex every day. So though traffic has to be talked about and has to be considered, we have to remember that this property always generated significant traffic anyway. Now, though the plan has been approved, if the council were in fact to approve this tonight, they still have to go back to the planning board for site plan approval, and that process would include a full traffic study. But in some general review we did with many of our engineers, as well as some assistance from some local traffic experts, we anticipate that as a potential library and residential complex, it will generate more traffic than it did as a fully occupied office complex, but in off hours compared to the peak time of morning and night that an office complex did. So obviously it's always a concern, but we do have to remember that this property, when it was fully occupied, generated traffic. Though I don't want to say it's an equal trade, it is not going to necessarily create a traffic hazard that was not there previously. But again, as I mentioned, regardless of what we talked about here tonight, if the council in fact approves this, it will ultimately go back to the planning board for a review, and among that review will be a traffic study. Also, always concerns, whenever you talk about residential development, there's always concerns about school-age children. And it's important that is always part of the conversation. But despite what's often asserted, despite what I know members of council have heard, what I've heard over these last several weeks, our schools are not over capacity. Clearly, we all know that we have been over capacity in the past. There's been significant renovations, significant additions to our schools, there's been new schools. So we know that numbers of children are always going to ebb and flow over time. We had 2 high schools years ago, went back to 1 high school, and then we had to build again. So we know that that's always going to change. But despite what most people ultimately think right off the bat is that our schools are overcrowded, they're not. In fact, the demographic study that was done a year ago showed that not only do our schools actually have capacity, when you look at birth rates, the capacity is expected to continue to decrease, if not stay at below capacity. Now, that's not to say that as a community we want to jump right in and fill all those vacancies, but we should not view this as a project that is going to further burden our schools, because the truth is, at this particular point in time, and for the foreseeable future, overcrowding in our schools is not an issue. If you look at Main Street redevelopment, for example, of the 198 units that are occupied in the Main Street redevelopment, only 4 students have been produced from those 198 units. So that's not to say that if we build 425 units here, that it's only going to be 10 kids. We don't know what that number is. But we don't expect it to be at some of the numbers that many of the people who communicate with, or some of the concerns around the community, that it's going to produce hundreds of kids. I don't think that's realistic. And it's also important to note that whether it's here, the important decision that the council members have, or if this were to pass and then we get to the planning board, the concerns that planning board members would have, potential students or potential school-age children is not a reason under state regulations to deny a zoning application. It's obviously something that we often consider as a community, but simply saying that we're concerned about creating students in our schools, that alone is not a reason to deny a restriction. But even more than that, and I've said this before, I don't think as a community we should ever be looking to create anything that doesn't attract young families. It should always be our goal in everything we do, from day-to-day governing to projects like this or expansions of existing facilities. It should always be our goal that we want to attract young families to the community, because those young families are going to keep the circle going of buying the homes that we sell when we don't have kids in the house anymore. So if we can't create a community that's attracting young families, the community is never going to prosper. So I think it's always important that you look at concerns about projects like this and what it might mean on the schools. But our goal in everything we do should always be that we want to attract young families to this community. So that was 300 Executive Drive, 100 and 200 Executive Drive, now 10 Rooney Circle. That building would be deeded to the township at no cost as part of this project. It has an approximate value of $6 to $8 million. If this project was to donate 5 or 6 acres of land, and we were looking to build a building of similar size, it would cost us $15 million to build that building. If we said, okay, well, we don't need a full-size building, we just need enough to build the library, building the library on deeded land alone would cost $8 to $9 million. So to get a building that, though renovation costs are an important part of the discussion, and we'll talk about in a minute, is a huge value to the community as part of this project. The building consists of 3 floors. It's roughly 75,000 square foot of space. It would be the new location for the library, and is also very possibly the new location for the animal shelter, where the animal shelter would occupy roughly 1,500 square foot on the first floor. Now, as you remember, council members, and many in the public here tonight, Phase 2 of redevelopment on Main Street requires that the existing animal shelter be relocated. We saw this as a viable option, and it's part of this discussion tonight. But though where the administration, pending library board approval, is committed to putting the library here, we don't view the animal shelter as 100% part of this process. We believe it's a great use for it, but the administration, while all this is happening, is pursuing other opportunities of where potentially the animal shelter could go. We certainly hope to pin that down in the first few months of the new year. So 10 Rooney Circle. Forgive my very crude drawing of a building, but there's been a lot of discussion among members of the community about how would you have people walking into a library at the same time they're walking in with a stray dog or a stray cat. But it's important that that's not necessarily the case, because of the way the building is, and as we all know, the topography of this town, as we are all reminded on days like today, how difficult the topography can be. So when you look at 10 Rooney Circle, the building is on an angle, as most of the town is, and the front of the building actually enters the second floor. So though another concern that the administration has heard, and I'm sure members of council, is how can you have a library on the second floor? Well, technically it's the second floor of the building, but it's the first floor you enter from the front of the building. The lower level, or the first floor, where potentially the animal shelter could go, is completely behind the building on a different lower level. So not that it's not an important consideration to say, can animals coexist with the library? It's not accurate to say that they're going to be entering the building in the same doorway or actually walking in the same hallways together. So because of the topography of the building, they would actually, I guess we're leaf-blowing snow back out there. Let's go. So that's an important consideration. Again, that's something that we've heard about as part of these discussions, but if you haven't had a chance to go up there and see the building, if you go, you can see what I mean. Topography has you entering in the front of the building on the second floor. And again, so the library would occupy the second floor and parts of the first floor. The TSA is currently a tenant on the third floor. They occupy the entire third floor, roughly 25,000 square feet of space. And they would remain. Right now they're leased through 2024, and as part of this deal, the township gets the $600,000 that they pay in annual rent. We don't know what they would do after the lease is up. I can tell you, though I've not seen it myself, our chief has, and possibly Maddie, our deputy chief, has seen that as well. They do a lot of training there. TSA has invested significant dollars in that space. It is the regional testing and training center for the TSA. So them picking up and just leaving is not going to be that easy, because they have, I don't know how much money, but a lot of money invested in that space. So we think certainly beyond 2024, it is very likely that they would remain as a tenant. However, if they don't, then we could simply, as a community at that time, decide to put other public uses in that, or simply get another commercial tenant. So we're leasing 2024, and I honestly believe that it would be beyond that as well. We also get a dog park. The developer will provide roughly 2 acres of land as part of this overall 30 acres or so to the community. They would construct a dog park and public parking on that property, and they would deed that back to the township as part of this deal at no cost to the township. And no, I do know that we've heard, and very lucky members of council did as well, that there are dog parks in the neighboring communities, but I will tell you that it is overwhelmingly one of the most requested items the administration gets from people in this community, the dog park. And this provides us an opportunity to construct it. As we all know, one of the things the township does not have an abundance of is land. So to find 2 acres of land elsewhere outside of a project like that, like this, is nearly impossible because we just do not have a lot of land. So this enables us to take advantage of this and to accommodate what has been a pretty overwhelming public interest for some time now. So let's go back to 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue, the existing library site. Again, that's already been part of the planning process and redevelopment process, been approved by the planning board. That approval was approved by council as well. It creates 61 affordable senior citizen housing units on that property. Allows us for 7,500 square foot of community space to be used as a community room or a library annex. And I don't think we should kind of look too quickly past that. 7,500 square feet is a significant size space that we're going to be allowed to create some community space or a library annex, but that's a significant size would then be given to the town as a part of this project, in addition to providing a huge community need in affordable senior citizen housing units. It would, once completed, would actually have more parking spaces to accommodate those units than currently are on the site now. So the design of the project took full advantage of the property and came up with a creative way to create those 61 affordable senior housing units as well as more parking. As part of this approval, as part of that program that again the council's already approved, the developer gives the township $1 million. They don't buy the land, they give us $1 million, the township keeps the land and is providing pilot funding. So right now the township owns that property, so as we all know, we don't collect anything on it. Though the pilot is set based on the state formula, it's not a ton of money, but it's about $38,000 that we collect an annual pilot that the township does not get currently. Pilot funding, almost a curse word in this town. I have to say the word pilot. So I understand the concern of that, and we'll talk about that a lot more in the next few minutes, and obviously most of the night. But for those who don't know, pilot simply means payment in lieu of taxes. It means where you redevelopment zone, you negotiate an agreement with the developer to make a payment that is not based on how property taxes are structured, but it is in fact a payment in lieu of taxes. Under the state statute, there's a couple reasons in which a pilot can be utilized. One is that it can encourage investment in a project where it's not easy to attract investment otherwise. And I think the Central Avenue redevelopment project is a perfect example of that. For those who are familiar with the history of the Central Avenue redevelopment, it was abandoned and contaminated factories and warehouses going back to the late 60s, early 70s. Joe Alpert, to his credit, came up with a great plan and with pilot funding was able to turn that project around. So one building's complete, another one's nearly complete, and we'll start most likely the third building of that project in early or certainly mid-2020, hopefully. So in that case, the pilot was used to encourage investment where investment was not otherwise attractive. The second purpose is if a pilot provides a public purpose that you can utilize the pilot. I think that's the example we use here. And the administration has been clear, going back to the first public meeting we had on Executive Drive and Essex Green redevelopment, again a couple of years ago, I said that if there was a public purpose to the project, the administration would be willing to ask the council to support the pilot. If there was not a public purpose, we would not. And the Essex Green portion of this redevelopment project, which, as I mentioned, already got approval, went right to the zoning board. They're going to start construction soon. There's no pilot on that project. They're renovating that project, and adding new spaces, and going to make it pretty and bring it up to more modern standards without a pilot. But in this case, there's a public purpose, and the administration is asking the council to consider a pilot. But it's also important to recognize that this project does not get funded without a pilot. It's not possible to finance this project without a pilot, as it is in this case, because we're getting a public purpose. The council is being asked to consider the pilot. Whether or not it could be funded without a pilot, if there was not a public purpose, we would simply, as the administration has stated from the onset, we would not be here tonight asking the council to consider it. So let's look at the idea of pilots. You know, one of the things I mentioned earlier, it's just often seen these days as a curse word. What's often frustrating is very often people instinctively just want to compare us to other towns and say they do things better. But when you look at neighboring towns and they're doing the same things we're doing, all of a sudden it's not okay. But the reality is, pilots are not a West Orange phenomenon. If you look at neighboring towns, and all but Bloomfield touch us on our border, South Orange is a perfect example. Bloomfield's another great example. They're doing wonderful things with redeveloping those communities, and every one of them is funded with a pilot. Roseland has 2 redevelopment projects, both 2 separate pilots. And what's interesting about the 2 Roseland projects is they are exactly like this project. They are old buildings in the old Becker Farm Road office complex where the office market has dried up, and they're redeveloping them as residential complexes, and both pilots, both funded with pilots. Bloomfield, I mentioned, many redevelopment projects going on in Bloomfield. 4 separate redevelopment projects, 4 separate pilots. Orange, a lot of neat things going on in Orange. 2 redevelopment projects, 2 pilots. South Orange, don't have to drive far through South Orange, either down South Orange Avenue or over Valley to see all the redevelopment that's going on there. 5 separate redevelopment projects, 5 separate pilots. Verona, 2 redevelopment projects, 2 pilots. Montclair, I hear a lot of people all the time say, Montclair's great, we should do this like Montclair, we should do like Montclair. Well, Montclair has 3 redevelopment projects, 3 separate pilots. But what's important to talk about with these 13, 16, 18 different pilots, all in towns around us, is only one has gotten any community benefit from the pilot. Only one of the 5 South Orange redevelopment pilots, 5 separate pilots, only one of them provided funding to the village of South Orange for, I believe it was a first aid building? First aid building. 4 of the pilots in South Orange, no public benefit. All those other pilots are not providing those communities a public benefit, other than the benefit of getting those projects done. Because if not for the pilot, the projects don't get done. But none of them were able to negotiate benefits back to the community, except that one project in South Orange, which was limited funding for a first aid building. So let's talk about the library, maybe the main component of this whole project. And let me first say that the library board has been wonderful throughout this entire process. Sometimes tense conversations, but fully supportive of the concept. And in fairness to them, though library boards and directors before Dave, going back 20, even 40 years, have been looking for a new library in town. This is not a new conversation. It is new to Dave and the existing board, but yet they recognize the benefit. Not because our library at 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue isn't useful to the community. They recognize that it does have limitations. There's no ability to put outdoor space. On a main road, it creates a bit of a hazard even to have kids on the front lawn. There's limited ability to add square footage. So when we first broached them, they obviously had legitimate concerns, but I think they recognize that this is an opportunity to not say, library is no good, but we should always, as a community, look to do better. And this is an opportunity where we can look to do better. So this project, based on the $1 million that we would get for the existing site and the $1.5 million funded through the pilot, gets us $2.5 million. But to the library board, Dave's credit, is they said, look, we're not going to do this if this is just a lateral move. And I can appreciate that. So this potential property of 10 Henry Circle as a new library site gives them the ability to create the dream library that the board and the director would like to provide to this community. So their expectations is that they want to spend more than the $2.5 million that this project can fund. There are great plans to build great outdoor spaces, which I mentioned earlier. We can't accommodate on Mount Pleasant Avenue. This property provides them that. This property provides them space on the first floor, the lower level, so those spaces have to be connected. And that gives them the ability to expand the square footage. So also the building, though it's in good shape, it does need some logistical, some HVAC upgrades and some electrical upgrades. So that's all part of that. And they have spent a great deal of time with professional expertise that this council has funded for them to provide that expertise in coming up with a plan that not just gets the doors open, but creates the space that they believe they should be providing to this community. And that number comes to just under $5 million. So we have a balance of required to fully fund this of $2.5 million. So how do we get there to make this possible? Even recognizing that maybe day one, not all of those projects have to be funded. Maybe they can be funded year 2 or year 3. But there are additional library funding sources that we need to talk about. The Main Street redevelopment project, for example, which is about to enter into phase 2, as we've talked about before as a community and a council, that project provides $9 million back to the community for relocating public works as well as finding the home for the animal shelter that is in the middle of what phase 2 will be. We fully believe, though we haven't finalized the plan yet, that relocating public works is not going to cost $9 million. So we believe that there's funding there for the animal hospital as well as possible funding for library expansion, because the redevelopment agreement with Main Street redevelopment does not limit what the township does with that $9 million. That money becomes ours under the funding, and once we move public works, whatever's left over is ours to spend. And we believe that if necessary, we can provide that additional funding or some of that additional funding to the library to get them open in a way that everyone would be happy about. Secondly is the New Jersey Library Construction Bond Act. It was approved about a year or so ago. And not to pick on state government, but we know that government sometimes can move slow. And it took them a long time to complete the regs. But they did complete those regs, and I believe they're close to finishing the application process.
Hopefully in the early 2020.
So we believe that this project is going to be and make for a really good grant application, because we're not building a library from scratch. We have a building, it simply needs to be retrofitted, so we're not going to be asking for $20 million. We're going to be asking for a couple $1 million. So we believe we're going to have a great application to offer the state for consideration, and we think that that's a really viable way to fund the balance necessary for the library to create the library that they want for this community based on what the space and the property provides. And secondly is the West Orange capital budget. The library is a department in this community, no different than the recreation or the fire department or the police department. And the council is asked every year to fund different items through the capital budget to make capital investments in our community. And right now, the council over the last year or two has approved significant dollars for the library. In fact, $828,000 that had been approved by council in recent capital budgets have not been spent. They were allocated for different things done on the building, but if this project were to go through and they were to move, with council's approval, that money can be reallocated to this property, because there's no reason to spend money on a building that's going to be turned in to senior housing. So besides that money, if we can't get any extra money out of redevelopment and we completely get denied no money from the Library Construction Bond Act, the council would have to consider, like they do every year, to make improvements in town facilities through the capital budget. And though we can never speak for a council or even a future council, if this project were to be approved and a significant investment were to be made on the library, I can't imagine the town would not want to see that project fulfilled and built to the specifications that everyone is hoping for. So, tie it all together. One of the things that the administration has heard concerns about, I'm sure council members have, is the library's been in downtown forever. Though I don't believe we get the walk-in traffic that a lot of people assume we do. Of course, there are people there who like to walk to the library. There's also a bus stop right there. So simply picking up and moving does create an issue that needs to be thought about and needs to be discussed. Even though there would be an annex there, it's not the same as the library. So how do we kind of tie all that together? And I think that this becomes the impetus for something that the township has talked about for years, and that's creating a shuttle, not just to serve our senior citizen population or our commuter population, but to serve all the population and have a jitney not only go from the existing library site or what would be the new annex and community center up to the new library, but also to the corners of the town. Years ago, this goes back a long time, but there in the summer used to be a bus that would pick people up from over here and take them to the town pool. That went away a long time ago as it became less of a necessity, but I think as a lot of things that go full circle, we're back to a point where we think a jitney taking people around town on some sort of schedule, some sort of stops would be a great idea. And why we think this is the impetus for doing that is because part of the tax credit application that Joe Albert has made for the state, and we incidentally will find out tomorrow if he's been approved, and we're pretty optimistic that he will be. Part of that requires that he provide the shuttle from that senior building up to the library, up to Essex Green. So by tying those two programs together, we can create that shuttle we always wanted to create and have that project fund up to a third of it. So though I understand the concerns about access, we think having a jitney that simply circles the town several times a day and on some sort of schedule would provide that access to people, even though I don't believe moving the library completely takes access away from residents. In fact, if you look at some of the data that Dave provided, we think that moving the location up to the Essex Green site actually improves access to a good portion of the community. But that's not to say we forget the rest of the community. We think a jitney, in addition to the library annex being on site, would maintain access to this neighborhood and to the entire community. So, the projections. How do we get to where we're going to in making this financially acceptable? So I mentioned earlier that the library is a site that currently the township does not collect money for. Obviously, we would under this project, and that's against statutory, so it's a formula based on the number of units, not a ton of money, but we would get $38,000 on an annual pilot payment from those senior citizen building units on our property. We would get $600,000, it's actually a little bit over, if we get the exact dollars, from TSA, the third quarter lease, again, at least through 2024. And then the annual pilot funding from the Executive Drive Complex of $617,925,000. So how do we get to that number? The entire project upon completion would generate $1.2 million in pilot funding. The taxes on Executive Drive currently, the municipal portion on Executive Drive taxes is $375,000, a little bit more, so we would minus that from the 1.2 we would get, and then we would minus the RAB, the redevelopment area bond payment that will pay for the relocation of the library and some of the other infrastructure improvements. That would be $325,000 a year, and then we add back in the taxes on 300 Executive Drive that we estimate right now to be a little over $118,000, because as I mentioned earlier, a 300 Executive Drive is part of the redevelopment zone, but is not part of the pilot. That project is moving forward as renovations without a pilot and without the same ownership that is currently working on 100, 200, and 10 New Circle. So in the end, we net out $617,000. So all combined, the total revenue to the township for this project becomes a little over $1.2 million for where right now the revenue from this property is $375,000. So we significantly increase the amount of revenue that the township collects if this project were to be approved and fully completed. Another big concern, and I guess legitimate concern, is the whole concept of public school funding when you talk about pilots. And in fact, there's been a couple of assembly people at the state who even looked to introduce legislation to change that. But I would say that they simply don't understand the law, because in New Jersey tax law, the public schools always get their funding. Doesn't matter if there's a pilot in place. Public schools get 100% of the funding that is approved by the elected board and ultimately approved by the county superintendent. There's no lost revenue to the school for uncollected taxes. As we've talked about in this room several times in the past, we only collect roughly 99% of property taxes. The township eats that 1%. The school board gets 100% of their funding. The county gets 100% of the funding. There's no lost revenue due to tax appeals. If we refund property owners because of lost tax appeals or adjust their taxes, the township takes that on the hook, not the county and not the school board. In fact, as the members of council know, we budget close to $7 million each year to account for uncollected taxes and tax appeals. It's entirely the municipal portion to absorb. There's no lost revenue for schools on tax exempt status. So if a property were to go tax exempt status for whatever reason, the township takes that on the chin, not the school board, not the county. And no lost revenue to the public acquisition. A perfect example is Rock Spring Country Club. When the township acquired that, at roughly $600,000 a year in annual taxes, does not impact the school, does not impact the county, it impacts the municipality. So I understand people's concern when they talk about pilot and they say that 95% of it goes to the municipality, the schools are getting screwed. The schools are not getting screwed. Regardless of what the township were to do with a property, regardless of how bad our tax collection rate might get, regardless of what properties we decide to buy or pilots we decide to approve, the school board will always get their funding. It's an obligation we have as a municipality, as the tax collection entity under state tax law. So what are the total benefits to this project? And I mentioned earlier, 16, 17 pilots in neighboring communities, and only one of those pilots generated any significant public benefit. This project gets 61 affordable senior citizen housing units into the community, filling a desperate need, in fact, falling way short of what the community actually needs, but gives us 61 affordable senior citizen units, 64 affordable apartment units. Though we know that that's not close to what COA says our obligation is, we do have an obligation under our approved COA plan. This gets us 64 units, which, by the way, if they're not approved on this property, the COA obligation doesn't go away. We still, under state law, have a huge obligation to fulfill the COA needs, providing affordable housing units to this community. We get 7,500 square foot of community space. Although a library annex, community space, we don't know what the breakdown is going to be. But we get 7,500 square foot of community space in the existing library property to do with as we please. We get Tennery Circle building, and we get the rent that's currently generated from the third floor. We get a property for a new library, and we get, though maybe not every dollar the library board is expecting, we believe there's a plan to get that to them, but we get a new library, and a library that can fulfill the needs of this community well into the future. We get possibly the property for the new animal shelter. I mentioned that we're still looking at a few other options, but we do need to move it soon, and if we can't close the door on some of those other options, then this one certainly works. We get a new dog park, and we get a little over $1.2 million in annual revenue for that property that far exceeds what the municipality is currently getting from that property. So look, I've said it in this room before, and I say it often, no matter how complicated an issue can be, when you weigh all the facts and look at all the data and all the documents, they always come down to simple decisions. It's either a simple yes or a simple no. We can vote no, but be clear, voting no keeps that property old and vacant office space. There's not going to be all of a sudden a flood of new tenants to fill that office space. We get a major tax reduction. We're going to talk about the tax appeal later on, but the township has significant exposure in this property, so there's going to be major tax reduction and a major tax refund. So not only is it adjusting their taxes downward, it's this township writing a check. And as I mentioned earlier, the school board doesn't refund us on a lost tax appeal. The county doesn't refund us. The township is going to write a check for the full tax refund. And we get no new amendments. But yes, you get a new center of town. You get a vibrant 30 acres in the part of town that I would I would argue most residents have probably never even went to. You didn't have to meet someone in Executive Drive, there's no reason to be there. It creates a new vibrancy to the center of town, tied in with the renovations that are going to happen at Essex Green. You get a dog park, you get a library, you get new senior citizen housing here, right up the street from Town Hall here, which I mentioned, as we all know. We don't need to see statistics to know that there's a huge demand for senior citizen housing in town. And of course, we get the additional revenue, which, quite honestly, speaking for myself, that's just a plus in this case. Obviously, it's important to make the numbers work, but to me, it hasn't been the priority to make the numbers work. It's the priority of this administration to see something created in the center of town to replace what is an old and dated complex that is not going to get better by being left alone. So look, we all aspire to be bold, and this is an opportunity to be bold. I know that these decisions are difficult. Any major investment in the community is going to be difficult for elected officials because everyone's always concerned about taxes. So I recognize that the no vote in this case is easier. There's always the comfort of the status quo. I don't have to stick my neck out. I don't have to take a chance because if I'm wrong, what's the consequences? I don't want to be wrong. We all ran for office here because we had a concern and a passion for the community. You don't want to be wrong. So I get that it's difficult to decide to be bold. But this is an opportunity to be bold. And the community has had a history of being bold. Long before I was mayor, long before members of this council were members of council, Main Street redevelopment. Maybe people don't remember, but going back to 2002, 2003, that was a huge issue in this community and a huge step when the redevelopment laws in this state were brand new. We were one of the first towns to take advantage of it. And though granted it took a long time and we could all point fingers about that, but whether people supported it or not, we have now nearly 200 units occupied. They're paying top dollar for beautiful apartments. Quite honestly, money I would never pay for that apartment, but people are lining up to pay it. Now, it's a beautiful facility, and as a matter of fact, it's the largest redevelopment project in the state that's not a waterfront redevelopment project. So for all the people who like to simply criticize it because maybe the retail space isn't filled yet or phase 2 didn't start yet, it's a close to $200 million redevelopment project in our downtown. And it took bold steps from the mayor at the time and the council at the time to undertake the challenges of what were brand new redevelopment laws. And though it took a long time, it's something this township should be proud of. And though it's not done yet, it's going to have a positive impact in that neighborhood, in our downtown, long after we're all done. Liberty School. A lot of people might forget where that came from. People might just assume Liberty School's always been there. That was a huge zoning issue that was before this council, I guess 14 years ago, almost to the day. It was December 19th. I remember that because it was right before Christmas when this council chamber was packed, and the council at the time had to take on a very significant zoning change that was a bold move. And ultimately, that zoning change gave us 53 acres of land. 50 acres of land, that's huge. In Essex County, they gave us 50 acres of land. Ultimately, a short time later, the referendum to construct Liberty School was built. But that happened because the council and the mayor at the time took a bold step. And we got beautiful apartments, townhouses at Bel Air, and we have a Liberty School that now most people in the community just take for granted as part of our school system. But it didn't exist only 15 years ago. It took bold steps from government and combined effort of the Board of Education and the council to get us there. Ridgeway Park, a beautiful park in St. Cloud. That again became the result of a significant zoning change that brought the sky to the community, and through a land swap got us Ridgeway Park. Again, a bold initiative undertaken by the council at the time. OSPAC, the Performing Arts Center, that was donated to the town. Most people might not remember that. That goes back probably 20 years, I bet, late 90s, early 2000. That was, again, part of a big, and at the time, controversial step the council made in approving a redevelopment plan that gave us the land and the construction of the Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Center, which now is really a beautiful facility that we can all be proud of. And lastly, talk about being bold, this township bought a golf course. And I don't know many other towns and states that have done that. And that was only a short while ago, so I'm asking you to be bold pretty quickly shortly after that. But look, when you dare to be bold, great things can happen. And look, want to be proud of the community, we want it to be affordable, there's all those things that go into it. But as you all know as elected officials, decisions aren't always easy. But if you want to move the town forward, sometimes it takes bold decisions. I know voting no is easy. I've sat as a member of council for a long time. That's easy, I get that. But if we want to make a mark for the community and put the township in a position to continue to grow and prosper, and as I mentioned earlier, to continue to be in a position to attract young families, everything we do here should always be with the goal of attracting people to live here. Because if we're not attracting people to live here, we fail. We fail. And that should always be our goal. When you look at 70 acres in the center of town, half of it's already approved, half of it's going to get renovated in the next year. But the other half of this is an old, run-down office complex, and office tenants are coming back. Roseland learned that. 2 redevelopment projects there are replacing old office buildings at Becker Farm Road, which was at one point the standard of office complexes in North Jersey. It's dying. It's not coming back here. This is our chance to be bold and to take another step forward to keeping West Orange competitive and the strong town that we all believe it is, and that hopefully people for years and years to come will believe it is as well. That's it, Council President. As usual, I was long-winded. I apologize. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trank. Madam Clerk, I think I'll open the floor now to public comment. Okay. Is there anyone, now please, same thing is going back and forth. Is there anyone from the general public wishing to be heard on ordinance on second and final reading, ordinance 2593-19? Can I see anybody wishing to speak on it?
This includes the resolutions that are related to. The mayor specified 3 of the 4. It's my fault. Obviously, the 4th one that's on the agenda tonight is 309-19, which is the memorandum of agreement that the mayor spoke to with West Orange Public Library.
Thank you, Mr. Trank. Yes, sir.
Again, I keep bringing up this executive session because the proposed tax settlement is an important part of this whole deal. I don't think we should be voting on the financial agreement without making sure we understand what the ramifications of the proposed tax settlement.
So, Councilman Kukoviac, we talked about this. What we're going to do is do the public comment, so the public, because the public always gets the comment, and then I thought at that point, before you deliberated and before you ask any questions you wanted to, we'd go into executive session at that point, because those are matters of litigation. And then we will go into executive session for as long as you want. But for the public, especially public members who may want to, at 9:34, not stay as long as it takes, they all get on the record and we have a complete public record. We will go into executive session if the council votes for it.
No, I understood that, Mr. Trank. We were not voting on it. We just wanted to get the public's comment and all that. Is that okay, Councilman? I just want to move forward with this.
Yeah, I'm one person. It just seems to me that if people are going to come up for public comment, they should know as much as we can.
But you can't discuss what was discussed in executive session.
Well, that is true, but let's also be clear. The proposed tax settlement is public record. It's up on the website.
Yes, absolutely.
The numbers are there. I don't know if the revised numbers are up there, but it's not like we can't talk about
I know,
numbers.
but you're the one who wants to go into executive session, so we will if the council votes for it. So in terms of process, there is absolutely the best way to make the record is to let the public comment on, you're absolutely right, everything that's in the public record. And the public record is the mayor's presentation and all of the published resolutions and backup that's been provided and on the town website. And obviously, we'll take the public comment, we'll go into executive session, we'll respond to anything at all. We have all the professionals here.
I just throw it out to my colleagues. I think we should deal with the executive session and the proposed tax settlement first.
Yes, Councilman.
I have a question. With respect to going into executive session and discussing Resolution 304, 309, 311, 312, and eventually the ordinance. We introduced the ordinance already, so is it, I don't know process, so because it's been introduced, what do we do?
We can, the bottom line, the only reason we're going to executive session is to discuss the matter of litigation involving 304-19, as Councilman Kukoviac said, the proposed tax appeal settlement. And again, that's if you want to go. I agree with Councilman Kukoviac, the entire settlement is in the public record. But, so the answer is, when we go into executive session, we will not be deliberating at all or discussing any of the other ordinances or any of the other resolutions or the ordinance on second reading. It'll be purely for the litigation issue.
Okay, and then just because everyone is here on these matters, what we discuss in executive session, is it going to be anything that precludes us from discussing this resolution when we return?
I'm not sure I can see what you're holding up.
Oh, I'm sorry, 304, the tax appeal settlement.
Again, as Councilman Kukoviac said, the numbers are all there. I would assume that the reason potentially that we would go into an executive session, and that's up to your option, when and if to go, would be just to ask basically our professionals, what is our risk if we don't approve the settlement and approve, as we all know, this global package? And what's our risk, what's the cost, what's the time frame, all of the above, most of which is within the parameters of what the mayor has explained. But it would strictly be, just like on any case, if I came before you and said, pay, Mr. Sayers $10,000, and you say, why are you doing it? And there were all kinds of dynamics in the litigation, we'd go in executive session because that's a matter of litigation. Because if you were to defeat the proposed settlement tax appeal, I don't want anything said in our strategy or our risk or whatnot to be on the public record.
Okay, I understand. So no strategy discussing, I mean, that's what would be discussed. Everything else that's on this resolution we can discuss when we come out.
Absolutely.
Right?
You can ask in, and again, we don't have to go into executive session. That's the decision of the council only, and it will be a strictly tailored executive session that'll only talk about risk and opportunities and where we're at.
Which I think is fair for the council to have that discussion if we're voting on this. So I would support a motion to, or I'll make a motion to go into executive session for 304-19.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
So you want to do it now before the public?
Okay. I support going into executive session. However, I feel I would like to hear from the public. We have inclement weather. It's approaching 20 to 10. So if anyone wants to get on the record, they can. It's not like we have dialogue back and forth after when we speak. If they want to stay to hear our comment, they can. But at least if anyone wants to leave, they can as well. So I think it'd be courteous to the public that is here tonight in inclement weather to let them speak now.
Councilwoman, you want to say any comment?
I agree. Public comment.
So, again.
Public comment. Okay.
You have to ask the public.
No, I know that.
It's your turn.
Trying to make sure there's no other questions. Okay, is there anyone from the general public wishing to be heard on this ordinance?
And the related resolutions.
Right, everything else.
Ms. Malenga.
I'm looking. Okay, okay, let's see.
Ms. Malenga.
Yes, Ms. Malenga. I know. I saw. I thought I saw somebody else. Yes, Ms. Malenga.
Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you go into public session, executive session. Our Green West Orange members have been scrutinizing these redevelopment schemes for several years, and they don't make good economic sense. Unless an area is abandoned, trash-strewn, and dangerous, it doesn't matter what other towns do. Their projects may not be economical. We do not know their financial situation, so I cannot comment on those or consider those examples of good policy. And despite all the shouts and murmurs about suburban office space being moribund, I'd like to refer you to the real estate report that just came out from CBRE, the national real estate firm, which states on page 2 and 11 that suburban office space vacancy is at its lowest since 2001, at a 16% vacancy. That's hardly a crisis. Notwithstanding that, my comments are directed to you, Mr. Gross. You stated at the last meeting that this project would provide tax relief to the residents of West Orange. But when completed, this project will have a property value of $125 million. It should pay taxes of $5 million. That's 4.1% of the value, and the same rate that all homes and businesses pay. But according to the pilot agreement, it will only collect an average of $1.5 million over the next 30 years. That's a loss of $3.5 million per year. These numbers are not being discussed, and I'd like to have them be discussed in the public forum. I'm asking you, what is the schedule of tax increases, and in what years will you propose to the mayor to make up this lost revenue from this project? That leads us to the benefits touted by the proposal in exchange for the abatements. A repurposed library, an animal shelter, and a dog park add up to roughly $10 million in value. But the tax abatement adds up to roughly $100 million over 30 years. How does the administration justify making a deal on behalf of the township that is so skewed and call it tax relief or fair in any way? If affordable housing is a priority, then why were the Edison Lofts allowed out of their contract to provide affordable housing? I know you said it would go into phase 2, but it could have been placed in phase 1 and maybe in both areas, but it's not. I'm happy that you mentioned a townwide jitney, but how many millions will that cost? I know there was a huge debate about the $500,000 that the jitney costs now as a commuter jitney. Will there be enough money to settle the police contract after these tax abatements? And so on. These are the questions that the public has. The issues I am bringing up are concerns of inequality. In my mind, this is the largest transfer of public revenue into the hands of a private company since the Edison Lofts tax abatement. Every dollar taken for this project is a dollar less for residents to pay for their home improvement, their college education, their retirement, and now they will be certain of tax increases. I sincerely request that a more just proposal be presented to the current residents of West Orange. I think we can do a lot better, and I would like to request that our administration please reconsider this proposal. And happy holidays.
Thank you, Sally. Anyone else wishing? Yes.
Good evening, Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I want to add my voice to the opposition that's been expressed by many people in this town to Ordinance 2593-19 and the associated resolutions having to do with the Executive Drive redevelopment agreement. I sat through the administration's presentation that was led by Mr. Trank at the last meeting, and frankly, it made my head spin. This is a major project with immense implications to current residents as well as to the township for the next 30 years. Ironically, in my prepared remarks, one of the things I was going to recommend was that we have a presentation from the mayor and an opportunity for the public to ask more questions. Mr. Trank had mentioned that the mayor had held a public hearing once before, but that was, again, 2 years ago, and so much has changed since then. I've got to admit that a lot of what was presented tonight, it would have been wonderful if there had been a notification to residents that this was going to be, the mayor was going to make a presentation. And I found that some of the things that the mayor presented tonight were in direct contradiction to what Mr. Trank presented a few weeks ago. And that, too, makes my head spin. And reinforces my call to slow things down. This is yet another instance where the council is being told it must move forward immediately on a major project that has such significant implications. And there's still so much in the air, still up in the air. Mr. Trank, I'm glad to hear that Mr. Alpert is about to hear about his potential tax credits, but there's also the whole issue of litigation that's pending on both Mr. Alpert's project and Executive Drive, for which Mr. Trank said a court decision is not expected until mid-year. So why do we have to pass this, introduce it and pass it between Thanksgiving and Christmas when so many residents are distracted by other things? Mr. Hanley, the town's financial advisor at the last meeting, repeatedly insisted that this proposed 425 luxury apartment building would not be viable, financially viable, without granting pilots and 30-year tax abatement, despite the fact that the current property owner recently sold 300 Executive Drive, a commercial office building, for about a 25% profit after 2 years. In addition, as Ms. Malanga mentioned, the residential, commercial's good, but also residential apartments are the hottest development in the current market. And yet, according to Mr. Gross, if we don't grant the pilots, this property will be, quote, an asset that continues to dwindle in value, unquote. I find that the facts contradict that statement. Also, the administration, again tonight, keeps focusing on the great things that the township will get out of this deal, particularly the acquisition of the 3-story, 75,000 square foot office building and the $500,000 dog park. From what Mr. Trank said, plans for Rooney Circle would only increase the library's space marginally from its current 24,000 square feet in the current building to 25,000 square feet in the new building. The mayor tonight talked about the opportunities for expansion at 10 Rooney, but that will cost additional millions of dollars in funding that is currently unfunded. And at the same time, the library will be a floor above the town's animal shelter. I noticed tonight that now the mayor is walking back that aspect of the building. I don't know why. Then there's the current tenant, the TSA, whose $600,000 annual rent would become the township's. But quite honestly, can we expect differently that they're going to stick around with the option of being able to leave after 6 months, with 6 months' notice, 2 years from now, with having a library and an animal shelter on the first floor? In closing, the financial agreement with its payment in lieu of taxes will divert a huge amount of tax revenue from the school district to the township. And as the mayor says, they will always be made whole. And how will they be made whole? By the other taxpayers in this town. So, from all appearances, this is not a great deal for your constituents, council members, who are still reeling from an 8.5% tax increase this year. Therefore, I strongly recommend you vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Is there anyone else? Yes?
Hi, good evening. Monica Perkowski, 17 Bloomfield Way. Excuse my phone, I didn't have notes with me, but just a couple other questions after the presentation. Thank you for the detail that was provided tonight that I thought could be answered in your deliberation afterward. We mentioned that the income expected to the town after project completion, so just clarity on how long project completion would be and what that revenue looks like between day one and that project completion date. Curious to see what happens if the animal shelter is not moved to 10 Rooney Circle. Is there a different plan the administration has for that space to be used in a different way? And then in terms of 10 Rooney Circle and also the dog park, it's wonderful the township gets it. Have we considered what the ongoing maintenance costs would be both for that building and the park into the future, and how that plays into the overall cost of the project? And then finally, similar to what was just mentioned, for fully funding the school, Has that been, that wasn't shown in the spreadsheet of expenses, so how does that play into the overall project profitability? And if possible to see that side by side, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone's? Seeing none, I close public comment. Mr. Trank, what are we going to do?
Again, if the council believes it's appropriate, now I think be as good a time as any to go into executive session and discuss the matter of litigation involving Resolution 304-19.
My council colleagues, do we go into an executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Yes.
Second.
We already did that.
We did.
I'm sorry?
We already
Okay.
did that.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to recess.
Well, you get
We need a motion to go into it, though. Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right.
There is a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
It's seconded.
All in favor?
Aye. Everybody, we shall be back. I can't tell you how soon, but we will be back, so stay tuned. Thank you. Okay. Matt? Okay, thank you all for waiting for us. We had our nice little conversation in executive session. I'd like to move forward. Do any of my colleagues have any additional questions?
I do. I'm just waiting for
Yes,
my
sir.
computer. I'm just waiting for a computer, so somebody else go if they need to.
And while we're waiting for Councilman Krogovic's computer to come up, I also want to thank the council for all the hard work it's done before tonight. I know at least several of the council people, especially Councilwoman Matute Brown, have met with the administration, have met with Mr. Hanley, have met with Mr. Rose, and I asked Ms. Cafodi, my colleague, who's done an amazing amount of work on this, and her notes go back to mid-October. So I know the last 2 months have been a lot of work on your behalf, and we do appreciate your attention and your time, and hope that we've been as responsive as humanly possible.
Thank you, Mr. Trank. Yes, Councilman.
Okay, I had a few questions. I think they're just a few, based largely on the materials that we got this afternoon, to make sure that I understand. And one of the documents that Mr. Gross sent us was a PDF that is titled Executive Drive Pilot versus Conventional Taxes. And what I'm trying to understand is, when you say conventional taxes, what specifically is the scenario and the assumptions that you're using, and the same way with the pilot?
Sent you a number of documents, so maybe you...
Yes. It's the one that's titled Executive Drive Pilot versus Conventional Taxes. I don't think it has an exhibit designation on it.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Hanley may be able to assist also.
Yeah, this is Mr. Hanley probably.
Mr. Hanley, as everyone knows, is with NW Financial and has been a longtime financial advisor of the township on various projects, especially redevelopment.
So you're familiar?
Yes.
Okay, so it starts in 2024. So it goes through a period where there's basically no revenue generated from the pilot, and then starts at 2024. But what I'm trying to figure out is, on the conventional taxes, what is the scenario? What are your assumptions as to how those numbers have come up? So the first number in 2024, conventional taxes is $2.4 million.
It's based on the shadow assessment for Edison battery factor.
So
you have an assessment.
Right, and the assessment has actually been published, right? The assessment for Edison battery factor is like $51 million and change, right?
Yes.
Okay. How is it related to this here?
It's it takes the number of units, the number of market units, divides them by the improvement assessment, and then multiplies them by the number of market units for this project.
Okay, so does this assume that the project that's being proposed gets done without a pilot and a tax abatement. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'd say that it assumes that it would. It's an exercise that if it were financially feasible to build the property without a pilot, this is what it would look like. That's different than saying what it was, because it's, you know, it cannot be built under the current tax structure, so it's not something that actually would happen.
It's a model.
Okay. So on the conventional taxes, let's just say in the best of all possible worlds, the project gets built with no pilot. Each year, the conventional taxes would be more than the same project with a pilot. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So now, on the pilot side of the ledger, it has an extra column that says Muni plus school, and most of the, I guess all of the numbers in that column are negative. So can you just explain why they're all negative? I think I know, but...
But, I mean, this payment in lieu of tax is a discount from conventional taxes. So there are less dollars coming in than if the project was built and paid conventional taxes. The reason that's the case is because it would not produce sufficient economics for the builder to do the project. Right? So the choice, the reason to do this, I mean, there are many reasons that you heard, but the reason to do any pilot is you're making a choice to get more revenue than you get from what exists, to get a better asset that will produce more revenue. But it doesn't produce what would be produced under conventional taxes. That's why the pilot exists and why it's necessary.
Right. Right. I understand that argument. I'm just not understanding what this column is saying. It says municipal, muni plus school. Does that mean the decline in the revenues from the way this is structured would be $1.6 million in the first year?
This one.
Because it would seem to me, my understanding of the pilot is that 95% of it goes to the municipality, 5% goes to the county. So I'm just trying to figure out how those numbers work, because it doesn't seem to work with that formula that I understand.
That column is what the difference in what the municipality and the school will receive.
Okay, so if it's negative, what does that mean? It's not collected? Because I thought it all goes to the municipality. 95% goes to the municipality, but that's not what this seems to be saying.
No, it's a comparison against the other scenario.
Okay. Does anybody understand what I'm asking? Because I don't understand these numbers, and they're big numbers, so I just want to make sure I understand them.
Well,
so in the first column, it's the pilot percentage of revenue, gross revenue, starts out at 10.5%. The next one is the pilot, which I assume is the pilot that'll be generated in 2024. I guess that's the net pilot?
That's the pilot. That's what the pilot would generate those dollars.
Okay, that's after all the other expenses,
Yeah.
like paying the RABs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then the next column is muni plus school.
Right.
And what does...
So that's the muni plus the school share of conventional taxes.
Okay, that's the muni plus school share of what would be the conventional taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next column, the last column, is just the muni side.
Right. It's saying the revenue coming in compared to the conventional tax scenario is $308,000 less.
So to compare, if it was a regular project, the municipal share would be $583,000, but with the pilot, it would be $107,000 less.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And
Excuse me, Councilman, can I just
Sure.
ask a question for clarification?
Sure.
So this side here, this left column here, is this current project built out, not what is existing now. Correct? This side here.
Correct. It's
Yeah,
the
the
project.
proposed project.
That's right.
Not what currently exists.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Okay, so if you go back over to the first table, the conventional taxes, if the project get built without a pilot, what this says is, if I'm reading this correctly, is that the project would generate over the 30 years almost $100 million. And of that share, of that nearly $100 million, almost 24 million of that would be going to the municipality. Okay. And then on the other side, under the pilot, the second column says the total pilot brings in almost $54 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you got 98 million of conventional taxes and then almost 54 million in the pilot. And that's sort of the discount that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right? And it's that discount that you argue that that's what gets the project made.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now I understand it, okay. Then there's another chart called pilot versus no redevelopment.
Correct.
And that's just a single chart. It also starts in 2024. And in the first column, it's saying in the 2024, I think one of the assumptions is what happens with all of the pending tax appeals, right? And you just, you make some assumptions. You think that the... No.
That's as if there's no tax bills. That's on the current assessment.
That's the current assessment.
Yeah, so this is, I was not trying to gild the lily in the context of this. I don't know what's going to happen with the tax appeals. So it's the current assessment for 100 and 200. So you could see that this property is producing, far more, many, $20 million more, something like that.
Yeah.
By virtue of having this project built. And that's not accounting for the potential discount associated with tax appeals.
And this also assumes that the owner of these two properties doesn't do anything with it, right? Doesn't make improvements, doesn't do another project, doesn't do anything else to it, right? It just...
Well, no. I mean, I think right now they're not, in order to justify the taxes that are currently being paid, it assumes they would lease buildings, which they have to make improvements to do. I mean, as was discussed earlier, the vacancy has gone down for suburban office.
Right.
But it's gone down because millions of square feet have been taken off the market, not because more people have come to rent. And Executive Drive's a good example of this. It's kind of a microcosm for it. If you take 4 buildings and turn them into one, you fill 1 building, right? That covers up for 30, 40% vacancies. But it doesn't mean you can fill 4 buildings.
And you're saying that the CBRE data, and I've got the report here, does not indicate an improvement, the lower vacancy rates don't indicate an improvement in the market. Do I understand that? Is that what you said?
Yes, I'm saying the improvement in the market is due to a much smaller square footage available in the market.
Okay, so you're saying it's a change in the denominator, not the...
Correct. And in fact, I think...
I'm thinking back to like 4th grade French.
Yeah, and I think there was actually negative absorption last year in that market. But because you have fewer square footage, the vacancy is going down.
Yeah, the CBRE report says the New Jersey suburban market is improved by, I think, 2.4 percentage points, 240 basis points, which seemed to me to be a pretty nice improvement. But you're saying that doesn't indicate a greater demand, it just means that there's less space.
Yeah, and you also have incentive-driven projects. I mean, Parsippany has two massive office buildings, as an example, that are adding a lot of square footage that's fully occupied into the market, but they receive big state incentives, and they're single-tenant buildings. They're not B-level office buildings selling, 5,000 square feet at a time.
Right. Could these two office buildings, I know you're not the expert, but, well, maybe you are. Could these two office buildings in even 10 Rooney Circle, could they be renovated back into A space?
I mean, they may be able to be renovated. The question is someone willing to do it? Is the expense worth what they're going to get in rent, how long it would take to lease up, et cetera? I mean, that goes back to the beginning here. These were sold at a price that is significantly below the assessments by an expert in the marketplace.
Right.
Because they didn't want to make that investment.
That's right, yes. And that's what the market data is telling us. Yeah. But then I look at the 300 Executive Drive, and that went up. I was incorrect in the last council meeting. I said the increase over 2 years in the sales price was 29%. It was not. It was 23%. But I still think it's significant. But I apologize for my mistake. But would you say that if that price improvement over 2 years was 23%, $1.5 million just sold, that's not an indication that the market is strengthening?
I'm saying that I don't own the buildings, but if I owned 4 buildings and I was able to push a bunch of tenants from the other buildings that I'm no longer trying to lease into the 4th building, I can get a much higher occupancy, right? And I can afford to spend more money. I can have more capital. I can get long-term leases that support that investment, and it was already the building that was doing the best. But I don't, it's not my impression that anyone believes in 100 and 200 as great office investments. I mean, we've had 2 owners and none of them have tried to lease this property for office, right? And make those improvements.
Yes, please.
I just want to jump in. From being in those buildings through the years, 300 is also the nicest property. It has, it's very spacious when you first walk in it. It has nicer amenities. So I guess from what the developer did was he, as you stated, pushed tenants into that building and drove the price up on the building because you had tenants with leases. So, I mean, it's done all the time in real estate.
Right. Okay. I think only have one other question, and it has to do with the residential project that's being discussed. I know you say it would never happen in the real world, but I want to just ask you about this. I don't know if you're familiar with it. We meaning the town, just got a huge tax settlement for the apartment complex at 141 Old Short Hills Road. Are you familiar with that one?
No.
Okay. It's the judge made a $10 million.
No, that was a settlement.
It was a settlement?
That was a settlement to allow handle, and we got an increase. That was not a trial.
Okay, sorry, I misread the information. It was a $10 million increase in the overall assessed value of the property, and that brought the assessed value now to $53 million for 635 units, which works out to about $83,500 per unit. And then if you just apply that to the 425 that are being discussed here, it looks like you get somewhere around $1.5 million in property taxes as soon as it's all built out.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing that property, this is going to be a new product that's renting at a much higher level.
Old Short Hills has a pool, has a pretty nice clubhouse, but I'm sure this is going to be better because it has a $500,000 dog.
Yeah, I mean, if this property is only worth $50 million, it'll be
right. So again, I looked at that and I said, well, maybe that indicates that part of the market is strengthening. If we got a settlement that was $10 million, that's just really significant.
Absolutely. The rental market is very good.
Okay. So here's my question.
Yes.
Mr. Hanley. If the apartment market is so good, so hot, and is so easy to get financing, then why is it that we have to provide this huge subsidy? I call it a
Well,
subsidy.
again,
but you don't, but-
I mean, you have to take all things into account. And one of the things that has to be taken into account is you're in a competitive marketplace. And so in Morris Plains, say, there would be no need for a pilot, but it's because the effective tax rate is so much lower. The pilot is reducing the payment to the effective tax rate in a place where no pilot would be necessary. So different places have different economics and different sites have different economics. And this site needs this type of subsidy to go forward.
So Mr. Trank will confirm this to me. There's a company right now that's looking to build a substantial number of residential units, luxury residential units that Councilwoman McCartney and I have been meeting on for seems ever. And they're doing sort of the same thing, same number, luxury, but they're not asking for redevelopment or a pilot.
So they already have the right to build that many units?
They have, I would let Mr. Trink say it because he says it so much more articulately, that the court has ruled that they do have a right to build, and we are currently negotiating because they're hopping on the affordable housing law.
Okay, they're an intervener in your...
Yes, yes. So again, I'm just looking at that. They're not doing redevelopment, they're doing a big, large...
Right, but that's backdoor redevelopment, right? If you're getting density, that's what redevelopment does. So it's not correct to say they're not doing redevelopment. It's just it's an alternative way to get... Redevelopment exists to create the ability to build something that's economic.
And again, I'm just looking at these, what I consider to be market indicators. Like, for example, Essex Green originally was redevelopment, had agreed with the town to be in redevelopment, and then, I don't know what the right word is, abandoned or left it, and went just on its own. Yeah, whatever it is. Again, this is an entity that walked away from redevelopment. Again, that suggests to me that the market is such that they didn't feel any longer that they needed redevelopment. Do you?
I wouldn't,
I think the mayor should...
Comparing across products is not a useful exercise.
Because that's retail, it's retail and, okay.
And they didn't give us a benefit?
Mayor Parisi, did you want
Besides, they didn't walk away from redevelopment, they're still part of the zone. What they wanted to do was consistent with the plan that the planning board and ultimately the council approved, so there was no reason for them to wait. They were not going to get a pilot, not interested in a pilot, so under the law, they had the right to go to the zoning board to get their approval and start the project much sooner. So they didn't abandon redevelopment. They simply were going to do to that property what was consistent with the zone. And though you mentioned the Highlands property, which has been discussed literally for 20 years, we've been in the litigation with that. Though I won't speak to the Wilf's economics, a big difference with that property and the need or lack of a need for a pilot is because they own the land since 1986. So it makes the economics significantly different for them to construct a project. And when you factor in the density on top of that as a result of the fair share housing negotiations, that just makes it more viable. But that project is viable simply because there's no land cost. They bought the project, they bought the property, I think in 84, 85. So that's a big difference. So I don't think it's a fair comparison for that property and project specifically when comparing it to this one.
Right, okay.
There's no community benefit?
Yeah, that's all the questions I had. I did just want to say a few things before we move to a vote. I don't know,
Sure. Can I let Councilwoman?
Yes, please,
Butcher-Brown?
yes.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. I just had a few clarifying questions because there is so much information that we received and are being introduced to now. I did see the email response with respect to Councilman Krokoviac's question on the old Short Hills Road. Unfortunately, I did not receive the attachment because it was just a reply all. So my question is, in regards to that increase in tax rate from the tax court last year, well, the settlement that was reached, the 635 units in Old Short Hills Road, when was that development built? What year?
Before we were born.
Yeah.
And that, as you know, that's a lot of housing for St. Barnabas. It goes back, I think it's one, who knows, Mr. Weil, Mr. Short, somebody knows. 1970s.
Goes back to the
1970s,
60s, Richard.
Before you were born.
And
So
the
it's
lo-
70s.
the
Goes
large
back to the
townhouses.
60s.
It's a long time.
I can say what, before I was born.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's okay. The reason is I just want to be very clear in understanding all of this, right? So my questions are neither weighing toward or, away from. It's just simply to understand, because when I saw Councilman Kukoviac's email, obviously I was like, wait, they just got a $10 million increase in their tax rates. So in their tax appeal or the tax settlement. The assessment, thank you. Why are we giving this developer a break? But, in listening to the conversations, I have to ask, when was it built? Because it's not in the same market, right? So they have been developed since 1970. I imagine that their assessment value continues to increase for a number of reasons, and they have a full panoply of rentals, if you will, and their tax rate right now is the current tax rate, 4.1. So I want to understand better, is it fair to say that because they, is Mr. Blau still here?
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Blau. Thank you.
Part of that, keeping in mind, is that if they built it today,
That
it would probably cost a lot more to build.
So that was going to be my question with respect to the fact that it is a very old established facility with 635 units, and assessment being what assessment is for them. They're still assessed at the 4.1% tax rate. That's the tax rate for everyone. So that is the reason why they reflect or were able to settle for an increase versus our current situation where the developers are looking for a tax break because now they would be building, correct?
So yes, and I want to introduce first Charles Blau with Blau & Blau, our special tax appeal counsel who represents the town on all commercial tax appeals. So obviously, Ms. Brown, you understand, as I think you're suggesting, the infrastructure is already there. This developer is, as indicated, they can't build this project. So yes, if we could, do the Bewitch thing and the 425 before we built it, he'd have to spend $100 million. Then we might have apples to apples, but this is a mature, but Mr. White.
One has nothing to do, the valuation of an apartment building has nothing to do with what the office buildings on Executive Drive are worth. The apartment market is doing better. The suburban office buildings are doing worse. There's when we were on offense, when we're on defense.
And I think what you're trying to extrapolate, which is hard to get that round peg in the square hole, is if your question is, if it was fully built, developed, and beautiful, would it be able to therefore sustain the rent? If he didn't have to spend $100 million to build it, then of course he could pay taxes at the 4.1 rate based upon an assessment, hypothetically, of $100 million. But the problem, and that's where Mr. Hanley comes involved, and this law comes in, is we're not on that planet on Executive Drive.
And that's just what I wanted to understand, because understanding now, like the looking at it from the perspective of this is a building or facilities that were built in the 70s and have had some time to increase in their assessment. That's the reason why they were able to settle at an increase of $10 million.
Well, the valuation, it's they settled because
we were doing a good job. They didn't want to settle.
Well,
They didn't want to
congratulations
have
on
their
the good
taxes
job.
raised. It's
Wow.
not so they could settle. They already owned the land. They didn't have to pay the land. They didn't build the building. So it had to do with a whole different economic picture vis-a-vis what their assessment was. So when we determined that their assessment was too low, we filed an appeal. If their assessment was 20 times higher, they'd have filed the appeal and they would have gotten a reduction. So it's just comparing their starting point.
Mr. Brown, is it fair to say that if the Blackburn project was being built today, we'd be having a different conversation about their tax structure?
It would be a completely different conversation.
Because right now, they're dealing with an asset they've already depreciated, and so their cost basis is much lower than any new construction.
Okay. I just wanted to have that clarification, both for myself and for everyone who's listening, to have that understanding that it's not comparing apples to apples, but there is a difference in them owning the land. And before the mayor got up, I was going to also suggest that in what's happening in the Highlands, they own that land. So there is a difference between what is proposed here this evening and what is happening at the West Essex Highlands, just because they own the land since 1986, and that is a factor in that. Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for myself and for everyone listening. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
Just a minute. Yes, actually, I had a question. A question for clarification on the actual resolution. Mr. Trank, you're probably the one to answer this. It's probably the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sure. Which resolution are we?
11, 12. It's the 12th whereas clause on resolution 304-19. It's the tax appeal settlement.
Okay.
And it reads, it's the 12th one for those who are following. It reads, whereas to the extent that anything occurs whereby the eventual acquisition of 10 Rooney does not occur along with the amenities incorporated in the redevelopment plan, all parties will reserve the right and remedies with regard to the tax appeals. I don't know fully what that means. Can you express that?
Sure. Basically, as part of this global package, they're withdrawing appeals, and we will not have to pay any refunds for 2017, 2018, 2019. 2017, Rexon has a pending appeal, but the seller, the current owner, is indemnifying and backstopping it. So what it's saying when it says it's without prejudice is if the eventual total package doesn't come to fruition, then they will go back and say we overpaid for 18 and 19 and that stub year 17. We will say we preserve all of our rights, and Mr. Blau will simultaneously with these appeals, he will file requests to up the assessments.
Okay.
So we're all preserving our rights. If the deal goes through and we get the items the mayor talked about and the whole package comes together, there's no other involvement. But if for any reason it doesn't occur, then we haven't waived any rights other than the assessments as of January 1, 2020 until the closing or until the default will be at this reduced number that you see in the proposed settlement.
So that actually answers the question that I had. If this is approved by council tonight and for whatever reason this is not a successful venture for the developers, and
well, you don't need a success.
Well, I mean, if the deal does not go through, right? If we don't have a pilot, if you know, for not intended to say that. I mean, like if this does not, you know,
close.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll learn the language soon enough. This is new. So if we don't close, that was going to be my question. What happens to this assessment if the council approves it, and basically we have the right to
yes,
file
Mr.
for
Blau
this? Okay.
will file. We
Will
won't
file.
actually prosecute it, but Mr. Blau will file by April 1st an application to increase that assessment.
Okay, so we in essence won't be stuck with the lower assessments.
We're not stuck. with
No,
lower
if there wasn't a closing, that what was going to be my next
Except
question.
for we'll call it the gap period or this interim period.
Okay, and just so that.
Right.
Just so that we can just be very clear with everyone else who is listening and sitting here and probably may or may not understand all of these wonderful numbers that are on these resolutions. On page 2 of the tax settlement, of the settlement agreement, which is attached to this resolution 304, there is figures for a lower assessed value for 10 Rooney, 100 Executive Drive, and 200 Executive Drive. Can you confirm that those figures were an assessment driven by the purchase price of Executive Drive?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to be sure that that is understood and that I understand that as well. And number 6 of that agreement also speaks to what we just spoke about with reserving the right to, shall execute with the Essex County Tax Board should anything happen in that matter. That's really all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Councilwoman?
No.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
So, I see your deputy chief here. I was wondering, he's been here all night, so why don't we talk a little bit about any impact to our police and fire services, if any, so you could talk to.
So at the request of several council people, the mayor asked the chief to ask the deputy chief to survey the issue, and I think Mr. Hanley has weighed in on it several times, is so assume it ends up being 425 units on Executive Drive, as we anticipate, and so that adds hopefully 1,000 new people to our community. So we go from roughly 50,000 to 51,000. What will that mean in terms of stress on services and whatnot? And the chief had asked the deputy chief to do an analysis and weigh in, and I think that's what the deputy chief has to discuss.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll be brief. It's pretty simple. What the chief had us do was, since the redevelopment on Main Street is so new, we compared the calls for service there from the police department. I cannot speak of the fire department, but these numbers would have included that because it would be an emergency service or a service call there. When that development was vacant, it actually had a significant increase in calls for service there, as opposed to since it's been occupied, has decreased dramatically. The additional units there have not increased our staffing levels, our minimum staffing levels. In fact, the calls for service over the past decades have not increased our minimum staffing levels whatsoever. So I don't have a crystal ball, but the impact should not have any impact on calls for service.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chief.
Unless everybody else had a question.
Well, not for the chief, oh, sorry.
Earlier in the evening, I had mentioned I had met with our colleagues over at the school board. Reason why I first joined the school board years ago in the early 2000s was because Redwood School, my daughter first entered kindergarten. She's now going to be, 30 years old. Ouch. But she was the first year that the trailers were at Redwood School. She was the first class to go into trailers in the school district. So Redwood School had numbers of 250 students, and by the time she left the 5th grade, the numbers were up over 500, about 550 students. So major changes and impact in Redwood School at the time, as we saw the trailers at Gregory go in next, and now both trailers are gone. Student enrollment has decreased. The school board has their recent demographic report on their website. On that, projected projects, anything that was slated at the planning board is already factored in there. This project, although we didn't have the exact numbers, was referenced as potential residential units, so it was on their radar. So it was important that we sat down last week to go over the exact numbers and to look at the different developments that were proposed through the years and the ones that have been completed and get a comparison of the numbers. So let's see, in 2005, Bel Air, which sits behind the townhomes behind Liberty Middle School, at the time there was 250 units, maybe more may have been built from the original plan, and a projection of 92 students were projected at that time to come out of that development. And as of last week, 22 students come out of that development. Again, we're talking single-family homes, what we used to call the Nordam tract, which sits behind Bel Air and in between Vizcaya at the end of Kelly Drive. Originally, they were looking at 74 housing units, and right now we have 52 students coming out. But again, they're large single-family homes. And again, Edison, 4 students, as the mayor referenced earlier. The original projection for that number was 4. We had Metzger Farm, which is Vizcaya, which now originally was slated as 150 townhomes, which was changed to the current building that's there now, and we don't have any students coming out of that unit. So again, we look at the project. This project is geared towards empty nester. Last meeting, the developer had brought up the dog park. Some people say, well, why the dog park? Do we really need a dog park? Well, the developer was, what I heard from last meeting's presentation, is that is an asset for a draw for the tenants in these new luxury apartments. As we saw in the Edison Lofts, you walk in and there's the nice little doggy spa. So it's an amenity that that people look for these days. So we want the building to fill up, because the quicker the building fills up, the quicker our pilot increases for us. This really studying the numbers here. The 4 students, I'm not going to hang my hat on up at this site. I would look more higher at like maybe 50, because we do have an affordable component. But we have rents here of $2,800 for 2 bedrooms at the market rate, and close to $2,300. So, you know, even discussing the project with the representative at the meeting, where this is located, depending in 4 years when it's built. You have Mount Pleasant students could go to, you have Kelly. So there are options in the schools, and we're looking at the decline in the birth rate. So, you know, we'll keep constant contact with the school district. That's why we set up the liaison committee. And they'll have to keep looking in the schools and tracking the numbers that as time goes on. In regards to the project itself, and as far as, you know, giving a break to the developer, well, the developer's given us an $8 million asset, plus $1 million, plus a $500,000 dog park, plus all the infrastructure improvements. We're getting a benefit. Mayor said from day one, we weren't going to look at a pilot unless there was a great benefit. As the developer at Essex Green didn't want to give us a benefit, went on to, you know, to utilize that commercial space, which is great for us. But for those of you who don't know, I'm a title officer, a licensed title officer. I facilitate loan closings for a title company. And today, I just happen to be in Hackensack. Hackensack has quite a few redevelopment projects, all pilots without a major benefit back to their community. Ironically today, and it was a great day to be up there, the property that was closing, I'm not going to divulge whereabouts, but it was a property that was in the vicinity in Essex County, and it's going to be 90 units, and it's going to be a pilot. And so I had to ask the buyer, so what benefit would you be giving back to the community? And we're just going to receive the pilot. So just to improve the community, just for an improvement to the community. I've said this for a couple years now. This is a real estate tool. We see that with West Essex Highlands, that they utilize it in another dimension where they didn't have affordable component, but used the affordable component, not a pilot, but to increase their density. Because the market right now are these luxury apartments, and this is throughout the state. So if you look throughout the state, Livingston also, up Route 10, those new stores that got renewed is also all pilots. So I'm a little more comfortable because I am what I do for my day job. So I'm very comfortable with moving forward this project. I'm excited about it. I'm super excited being on the Friends of the Library board and being being someone who grew up in the township of the renovation for 10 Rooney to be our new center. Working with Dave and the Friends group has been quite enjoyable, but also knowing the limitations of the current location. So very excited. I'm hoping we receive the funds. I think the state, we have a lot of gold stars because of the senior housing component. I think that will be a gold star. So I'm very positive that we'll receive that school construction money. But I'm also comforted that Mayor has another plan in case we do not receive it. So it's always, I think everything's been very thought out. We have Plan A's, we have Plan B's. Other comments, the holistic approach. Years ago, we started with the senior citizen survey, and now this all works out. We'll have 61 affordable senior units, which was in demand from the survey. We went to our residents and asked, what are your needs in the community? Housing was one of them. And so this is another need that will be fulfilled for our residents. So there's a lot of pluses I see here this evening. Any other questions? I think I bothered Mr. Gross numerous times. But I think, Mr. Gross, just reading the comments and the misinformation that is out there with emails that we are receiving with some numbers that have been really grossly skewed. Can you, again, people feel like there's going to be a loss, but there really isn't a loss. It's
I would urge you to take,
the time.
There's nothing lost. I mean, you have a development that is going to be built, and ultimately our revenues are going to be higher from building that than what we're receiving now. Mm-hmm. And and to project what might be is not fruitful because it can't be. You cannot build this project without some type of a pilot. So to project what the taxes would be without that is imagination. It's not really doing business to look at the real alternatives for this site. So it's important to keep in mind There's no circumstance under which the town's going to lose anything, $1. We're only going to benefit significantly so.
And we have at the Edison, with the Edison project already.
Sure.
We have benefit, we've seen the revenues increase there. What's been exciting also, talking to the residents in that building, as Councilman Guarino had stated earlier this evening, we're seeing folks come from all over the region. They're selling their larger homes from Glen Ridge and Livingston and moving on Main Street and wanting to get involved. We're receiving phone calls. They want to get involved. They want to see what is going to, what stores may come in, but they also want to get involved with the Arts Council. And I know Councilman McCartney had some involvement with some of the residents. So no, that's exciting. These are all enhancements for our community. So I'll let my colleagues speak, but in advance now, I just want to thank the administration. I think this has been really creative. A lot of information, a lot of time has been spent by all of us wrapping our heads around it. But again, I see this all the time with what I do as a career, and I see this as a much great benefit for the township.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes.
So I wanted to say thank you also to the administration for early on letting us meet with the professionals to explain this. And thank you to the mayor. I know I have already told him how thorough he is when he does think things through. And I felt that listening to this presentation this evening summarized so much that we have been talking about for the past few months, years, that the presentation followed all of the smart growth development principles that repurposing projects, and in this case, as we just learned, with an added benefit to the township. I wanted to thank the Deputy Chief Eula for here too. It seems like comparing Edison was proof of the broken window theory that we read about all the time. And I wanted to ask Mike Hanley, Mike, when you come up with the payment in lieu of taxes, the pilot program itself, the amount itself, can you talk about what that breakdown is and how does that, I know we're talking about services, we're talking about schools, taxes, what is the makeup of the pilot? How could you answer, like, you know, everything gets included in that?
I'm not sure I know how to answer the makeup of the pilot. I mean, we try to get as much for the town as the project can bear. And this is the formula that...
But that does take into consideration services that are rendered and schools that we know that if anything does come out of the project, we do pay back to the schools. So all of that has to be factored into that payment.
Yeah, we look, and you know, as the chief talked about and we've talked about before, so much of the cost of government is fixed by when you're in a town of 50,000 people, like that incremental 1,000 people doesn't require a new police force, a new city hall, a new administrator, CFO, et cetera. So what you're doing and hoping to do by completing this is to generate significant extra revenue that wouldn't otherwise be generated.
Right, and that's what we're seeing
And that's money that doesn't have to be raised from the existing taxpayer.
Right, not raised from the existing taxpayers, right. And it also takes into consideration this 3-year tax appeal settle agreement, talks about the Jitney connection between the two. And our shuttle is actually going there already to go to ShopRite so they can work out a schedule there. It just seemed like we were fortunate to have the benefits built in to this as well. And to go from a current $375,000 in tax revenue to $1.2 million. As I say, I think it follows all the smart growth principles that we on the planning board try to adhere to and read about, and repurposing properties.
Thank you. My turn. Okay,
Well, in the
thank
library,
you.
of course.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. You know, just go back, a lot of you may not realize what I've done in my last 35 years, and that's retail development and development in itself for major retailers. What people are missing is, you understand, there is an offside to this project, and it's called Reflection onto Essex Green. You take 425 units of residential development, and you multiply that, say, by 2.5 number of people. You're talking an increased number of consumers that are going to use Essex Green. The more sales revenue goes up at Essex Green, the more valuable of a piece of property it becomes, and the more of a destination it becomes. That is what development is all about. It's called destination. It's not talking about a Nordstrom's. It's not a Nordstrom's rack. It's not a Macy's. It's not a Macy's backstage anymore. It's a destination. You're looking at an investment, and yes, a lot of you are saying we're giving up this. Well, I don't think you're giving up anything. The township, as my colleagues have said too, will be getting pieces of valuable assets, property for a new library, a better area, a dog park, potentially a new animal shelter. But you're missing the whole point. You have to realize that what it's going to do, what in retrospect it's going to do to what happens at Essex Green. You have increased usage. The value of it goes up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gross. The value is up. The tax revenues go up. You can't appeal that. And that's what everybody misses. Everybody talks about $100 million here, 100. You talk about the number of kids. I've said it for years. Look down your neighborhoods and all the houses of the older residents who have since moved out of West Orange. There are children, in Councilwoman McCartney's neighbors, myself, all these new children moving in. So whether you build this 425 units or not, you still have more children and students coming into the school system. So throw those things out. Look at this project for what its potential will be. What will it do? It's going to give us a new library. Now, people are saying you're not getting much more room, but I do have a compliment to the library. I just want to let you to think about this. You really don't need as many books in a library as you think you do. No offense to you, Dave. I think you're a great director. What I'm saying is, but have Dr. Robert Bagoff from the planning board take you to NYU Medical School and their library. It's the #1 medical school and medical library resource in the world. Do you know how many books they have in their library? Everybody comes in, students come in, they're given an iPad. They're giving everything, laptops and all that. That's how they get it. I'm not saying you shouldn't have books at the library. And don't laugh, because you know what? It's the truth. It's the truth. And that's what universities around the world and kids need to go in, because that's what they're doing today. I'm just saying is you're going to have a bigger facility and you're going to have plenty of room, and you just reconfigure what you have to do. You're going to grow. You're really going to grow. So don't laugh at me, okay? Because I do know what I'm talking about, okay? Get with the program, okay? So all I'm saying is think of what the potential will be, what a development like this will do to the whole area, not just to Executive Drive. Think of what's it going to do to the community, Essex Green. It's going to make it a destination. It's a community within a community, and you have to think outside the box. It's a community within a community, and it'll grow. So will Essex Green. Let me, okay? So I'm not going to go on and on and on, okay? This is what's being approached to the Township Council, to my colleagues and I. This is what we have to consider, okay? That's what you have to look about what it is. You're going to get a return on your investment, and we're not hurting anybody. In the end, everybody's going to be very, very happy. So, thank you. Anybody else have anything to say?
So,
yes.
as a matter of process, when you're ready, the administration and the law department asked that you vote first on order 6593-19 on second reading, and then go back and separately vote on each one of the resolutions that have been voted. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Kukoviac?
This is not to ask questions. I just want to sort of wrap things up like everyone else. I want to just start with the history. I think everybody needs to remember the actual redevelopment and local housing law. It was designed, and the wording is right there at the top of the law. It's designed to attract private capital to areas that can't attract private capital. But that's not what we have here. There's plenty of private capital in this redevelopment area, and in fact, BNE is proposing to spend more than $125 million. I can't say why the courts and everyone else has seriously changed the basic purpose of the law and the meaning of the words in the law, except that it can be used to spur development and make money, at least in part, by making property taxpayers pay more to make up for the tax abatement in pilot. I've gone over some of the other history here. I just want everybody to remember the redevelopment study that's required in the law that's supposed to justify whether this should be a redevelopment area or not, found the whole area untenable. Use the word untenable. But that's certainly not the case. In less than 6 months after that redevelopment study was published, Essex Green had 3 new tenants. We were told that the Homeland Security lease at 10 Rooney Circle at that point was risky, even though it was $600,000. Now we're being told that it is an asset, but it turns out they can walk away from that lease coming up pretty soon with 6 months' notice. All of the risk is on us if we go through with this deal. Some of you may have even been here when you heard that there was a lawyer who lives in town who spoke at public comment at a previous council meeting who said he wanted to open an office in Executive Drive but was told by the leasing agent that they weren't leasing to anyone. And I also want everybody to remember that several people associated with the Executive Drive project, the developers, have given substantial campaign contributions to the mayor. It's completely legal, but I believe it's inappropriate. In terms of the market, I've mentioned a lot of things at the market that seem to me to suggest that there's more demand than what we're being told here. Mr. Trank at the last meeting mentioned that the firm that bought 300 Executive Drive had actually bought and fixed up several other commercial office spaces in properties in town and made improvements and found success in leasing. So again, it's just another instance where I say the market seems to be saying that there is that it's stronger than we're being told. And I just want to remind everybody, our community has many attractions. Real estate-wise, we are very close to Midtown Manhattan, and we're close to the interstate, multiple exits and entrances. We've got high household income. And maybe the town and the taxpayers would be better off letting the market do more of its thing without redevelopment. We need a library. It's absolutely true. And I would agree with that, even though I wasn't a big supporter of the library. But even I have funding limits for an institution that I think is crucial to our town. $4.5 million is a huge amount of renovations and improvements. And I'd love to do it. I just wonder if we can afford those resources. I like dogs, but $500,000 for an AstroTurf dog park, when you have 3 dog parks within a couple of miles, just doesn't seem to me to justify the exchange of town resources. And certainly there are benefits here. I don't want to deny that. I'm just saying when I try to balance these things out, I come to a different conclusion. Just so you understand why this is not good for taxpayers. The improvements that are done on the project do not go into our tax base. So when our tax obligations go up, everybody else, all the other property taxpayers, pay a little bit more, quarter after quarter, year after year, to accommodate the tax increases. Now, certainly the redeveloper is making payments in lieu of taxes, no question about that, but they're fixed. They're not subject to any of the risk of property tax increases like the rest of us. And in fact, those rates are fixed under this agreement for 10 years at a time over 30 years. And with all due respect to the mayor, and he deserves a lot of respect and appreciation for what he's trying to do here, I don't agree with him that all of these things we're getting are coming with no cost. We are giving real value with a pilot revenue stream, as we heard, roughly half of what the theoretical project did. And part of that benefit is no exposure to tax increases for 30 years. They only have to pay their fixed percentage of their revenue. I mean, that's great. I'd love to be able to do that. There's absolutely no risk to them, but it is risk to us if the project falters and we get less revenue in the pilot. And it certainly creates a more valuable asset for them. As you can see, when the purchaser paid $7.3 million for these properties 2 years ago, and now the real estate acquisition payment by the redeveloper to the current owner is going to be over $24 million. The B&E partners are super smart, and they are experts in their business. They're not doing anything that doesn't also benefit them. And a substantial portion of the generation of these pilots doesn't go to the various public entities such as property taxes do. They go to repay $4.5 million in debt that's going to be around for 30 years, and the final payments are still more than $300,000 a year, and other expenses. That money is not available to the municipal operating budget like our property taxes are. I agree, they're giving us a building, 10 Rudy, that that could be very beneficial to us. But that building was sold for $2.5 million 2 years ago. I don't think it's worth $6 to $8 million, especially with the main tenant that can walk away from the lease with 6 months' notice. And it's similar to the other 2 office buildings that the proposed redeveloper is offering to tear down. We're being given a building that's old, that's been called untenantable, and it is a benefit, but again, I'm trying to weigh things. So we're not taking dollars or a check to get the building, the dog park, everything else, but we are giving up future value, and we're giving up the opportunity to collect property taxes. So I don't blame B&E for wanting a 30-year tax abatement. They're highly likely to make a lot more money and have a lot less risk with the tax abatement than they would if they continued as taxpayers like the rest of us and remain subject to future tax increases. There's a lot of positive, attractive aspects of the proposal, particularly as a library supporter, but I think we need to balance benefits with costs, and that includes must-have versus nice-to-haves, cost and risk shifting. But I don't believe the current deal is friendly enough to taxpayers. I don't think we need another 425 residential units. I think at the least we should vote this down and ask the administration to go back and try to get a better deal, and maybe let the market do a little bit more of its work.
Council President? Council President? Thank you.
Councilwoman
I'm ready to, I was ready to put it to a vote because I think that opinion just strengthened my vote to move forward with this project rather than take a wait-and-see approach looking at what the trend is right now. So I was ready to
Council President, I'm sorry. I was very confused when we came out of executive session. I didn't know what the structure we were following, so I think it only fair because there are residents here that pose questions and they stood to wait for those answers, that those answers be addressed, and then I do have a statement to make thereafter. So if, Mr. Gross, if you can answer what the income expected after project is completed, what is that? I know that there is a freeze, they pay their taxes until closing, and then the pilot kicks in after the CFO. So what is the expected revenue upon completion of the project?
Once the project is up and running.
Okay.
The pilot payment itself is just shy of $1.2 million. The taxes that are going to continue to come in from 300 at the current rate are over $500,000. The $600,000 for the 10 Rooney rent, and then you take away from that about $3.25 to pay down the RAB. You're down right around $2 million.
Okay, and just for clarification purposes, I know that you explained it very thoroughly with all of my questions with respect to the RAB. Can you just talk about briefly what that is, so people understand what type of a bond this is?
RAB bond is is a type of a bond that is sold it's a taxable bond, and it is repaid specifically from a portion of the revenues coming in from the pilot. Should there be any default at any point in time, but there wasn't sufficient monies in order to pay that, there's no obligation by the township to pay off those bonds. So that's whether it's there's no requirement. It's not backed by our the full faith and credit. Doesn't go against our debt service limitations, and it's a no recourse bond. There's no recourse against the township should something go wrong with that.
Okay, so it doesn't increase our debt service. The other question that was also asked is what happens if the animal shelter isn't moved to 10 Rooney? I think the discussions that we've had, and nothing is in stone, is just to look for a space for where it would be best suited in town.
It'll be moved somewhere else.
Yes, and that is an ongoing discussion should that not happen. The other question with respect to the maintenance of the dog park, I also had a concern with that in thinking that this is a state-of-the-art dog park with some AstroTurf that is completely, it's foreign to me. I can't tell you that I understand really what that is, but I was also concerned about the maintenance. While it's great to have a dog park, I'm not sure if we've calculated what is that additional cost.
There's no specific line item for operations on that as of now.
Would the developer at this point be willing to maintain it?
The property will be deeded to the township. It'd be like any other asset. We're responsible for it.
Just like Rock Spring?
Though it's a great amenity to have, we're not talking about a golf course with 180 acres of land that requires a maintenance crew. This is a small parcel of land that's mostly going to be an artificial surface, whether it's an artificial grass surface or some of the rubbery surfaces. So either way, we have a full-time public works department, and we certainly don't believe that adding this amenity stretches their responsibilities or adds significantly to the workload that our existing force can already maintain.
And as a frequenter of dog parks, I can tell you that the users pretty much maintain them. There's a lot of peer pressure, I suspect, to make sure in terms of day-to-day cleaning and maintenance.
Curve after your dog. And the other question that was also asked, and I know that the mayor touched upon this in his presentation, and it is a common concern where the schools are not fully funded because there's a pilot that impacts the schools themselves, and whether it happens in every municipality or in our municipality, I know that through our budget process they do receive their funding, but it is also true that where there is that there is something to be made up when they receive their funding from our municipal budget. We have to find where to plug in money if there is a loss with our tax revenue generated. If we're not generating the revenues that typically we would.
Right now, if we don't collect all the taxes, we have to come up with those funds. So there's no difference in this scenario whatsoever. The difference is that right now the Board of Ed will get whatever its levy is. It's $215 million that they say they need, that they and the county certify that they need in order to provide education to the students in this town. They will get that. Their tax portion of it will be divvied up amongst the taxpayers that are assessed, which will not include this project. However, this project will pay a pilot that is in excess of the difference and actually contribute to the municipality more money. So at the end of the day, the taxpayers are responsible for the whole tax bill, not just the Board of Ed bill, not just the township bill, but the whole together. So the taxpayer will always be at a benefit because of this project, not in any way a detriment.
And when we are, I think that was the last question that I wrote down that I can catch. And when we're talking about this, and pardon me, it is extremely hot in here, and I left my little table fan at home. So when we're talking about the loss of revenue in terms of future income, tax-generating income, there is really, and I struggle with this, and we've had many conversations with the administration in putting my finger on trying to understand, do we wait, for a better deal to come along, right? Because that is also a possibility, a no vote, I like to be bold very often, and that's how I live my life, but it's not always. I thought that was funny. Not always my guiding decision making. I look at everything and consider facts, consider everyone else's perspective, and lastly, I consider mine. And honestly, looking at a development or a project that is dwindling because it is. 4.1% of nothing is still nothing. I can't put my finger on a dollar amount to say we're going to be losing this. I struggled with this completely in looking at everything that we've discussed over the last several weeks. I have concerns about the library move being, the application is just being made, the regs just got approved. All of those things are concerning to me. Obviously not wanting a lateral move, wanting a new library, and there's a possibility that if the library doesn't move, then there may be an opportunity to enhance the library. And no offense to the library, but the setup of the library is just not very welcoming to, to have a lot of programs, right? You have a lower level that's not conducive to that, in my opinion. And I would like to see nothing more than a state-of-the-art library where our families can attend and frequent with more often. I did meet with, and I spoke to Lisa, thank you, when I was in the airport yesterday on my way home, and asked a lot of questions with respect to the application, and they're really working diligently on this application, and making plans to, for all the what-ifs and the wish lists and things. And I have to agree in this case with the mayor, wherein this is our library, it is a municipal asset, and they do have $880,000+ from a capital improvement budget that has been approved throughout the years, and it is something to draw from. I'm hopeful that the application that's put forth entices grant giving from the state. I really want to see that happen. I struggle with the language in the memorandum of agreement that is 309, because there is language in there that says if the move to 10 Rooney is not possible, then for either financing or whatever, the township either has to assist in financing, or looking for another facility. And that's concerning to me, because from the very beginning, the narrative for all of us has been 10 Rooney works for us because it's a community benefit, and that's the new library. I'm hopeful that that is exactly what happens, because considering the fact that we're still looking for DPW home, I would hate to imagine what the challenge of looking for a library home, unless, Mr. Alpert does not receive the funding he's looking for, his credits that he's looking for. I struggle with that. That's a big challenge for me as well. But I can't not look at the increased revenue of $1.2 million initially versus what we're currently receiving. It's significantly a lot more. Will certainly help our budgets moving forward. It does not impose tax increases, in my opinion, and what I've looked over and discussed with both the mayor and Mr. Gross and Mr. Sayers. I've spoken to the chief of police, Chief Abbott, and I looked at the database that the police department uses way back to when Edison was still a hole in the ground, right? When they were, they had that ugly fencing up there, and the calls were pretty significant compared to what they are now. And be that as it may, listening to Megan this evening talk about the enhanced SID because of Edison, it's $35,000, is also a benefit. It's hard to look at these projects in just a silo. I look at all of these things. In speaking to Chief Vecchio, we had a conversation, and I didn't get a sense of urgency from either departments that there was a need, immediate need for additional personnel. However, I did also have that conversation with the mayor, and we did discuss that, potentially the income that we generate from these properties, could afford, I'm not saying a commitment of could afford, but could possibly afford additional personnel as we continue to grow. It is something that I am going to ask my council colleagues to discuss as we move further, because there are other projects that are happening in town, and it's only expected that, as we grow, our departments and personnel services grow as well. In looking, I spoke to Dr. Cascone today, and to Monica, your question as to what happens if the dog park if the animal shelter doesn't go there. I know from working at the State Department of Education that pre-K, public pre-K is going to be something that impacts all school districts soon enough, right? And understanding that Mary Magdalena is, eventually outgrow it. It would be a wonderful community asset to consider putting the preschool program at 10 Rooney should the, animal shelter not go there. A wonderful educational facility to benefit the community. It's a thought, right? Thereby alleviating the stresses on the school board's budget, and on all, because it's all one pot as far as I'm concerned. That would be a consideration and a conversation I'd like us to have should that time come. Also, the mayor mentioned someone in the assembly. It's actually Assemblyman Troy Singleton who put forth a bill. It has not passed. It came out of committee, but now it's at Budget and Appropriations. And that bill addresses school funding issues and the impact that pilots have on school funding. And in a nutshell, what it says, it speaks to the fact that there are some municipalities, and I include our municipality in that have an unwritten policy that helps school districts that may or may not be impacted by these pilots by helping with capital improvement projects, which I know that we've done because we also use their fields and things, right? And because I think it's just a moral thing to do. Our education system, should always be protected. It's something that we already do. This bill will eventually, and I believe it will pass, will eventually make it so that municipalities that have pilots assist with capital improvement funding for their school districts so that they are not negatively impacted. So looking at that, I took a little bit of pride in knowing that we already do that as a municipality. We don't have to wait for legislation to be passed to tell us to do that. So I think that we're ahead of the game in that regard. Also, when we're talking about the redevelopment law, recently, and Mr. Trank shared this with us some time ago when it passed, I want to say in maybe June or July, August, in that time, the redevelopment law has been amended to specifically include office parks. And while I don't know all of the intricacies as to the discussions, because I honestly did not read all the discussions, for this amendment in the redevelopment law, I can only stand to say that logic works in this case. The reason why states are looking to give a tool to municipalities to help generate revenue is simply to stave us off of state aid, right? Just like school districts, when they, they're short funded because the school, the SFRA, right, the School Funding Reform Act is not fully funded. They apply for state aid. I think that this tool that was given is because there is an excess of inventory of office parks. I can speak personally. My husband leases an office on 414 Eagle Rock Avenue, and that building is, beautifully, it was purchased, it was renovated, it's a beautiful building. And, by the month, the tenants are leaving, and it's hard for them to find tenants in there. So, from my perspective, I don't see the office park structures coming back. Everybody works from home these days, and I think the more we do, the healthier we are. But I don't see that coming back. So then, considering all of these things, considering the benefit, although I would like some more benefits, but this is where we are now, it's hard for me to say no to support this, because there is an immediate benefit. I think there is a long-term benefit. I think that there are great possibilities with 10 Rooney. I do believe that the more tenants that are in that area will bring us greater shopping opportunities and different outlets into Essex Green. I was looking for a reason to say no from the beginning, because that's where I always start off at a no, and it's hard for me to vote no, because I do believe that this is, while not completely satisfactory to me, everything can stand for change and improvements. I think this is a step in the right direction for our town, and I think that the mayor and the administration, they've done due diligence. When you look at the Edison pilot, and I don't know who was council or mayor at the time, well, I know you weren't, but the Edison Lofts redevelopment pilot is a 30-year 10%, right? That's the structure. This structure goes a little beyond that. While it may not seem like, we're reaching for the stars and the moons, and but it's the first 10 years is 10.5%, the second is 11.5%, and the third is 12.5%, right? So there's a gradual increase, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gross, I believe at year 16, if the assessments are greater than the net, right, then that kicks in. Let's hope that those assessments are much greater than the net, and we can increase the revenue that much more. But I have to say that looking at, and I'm going to ask everyone to take some time and look at the packet that is online. When you look at the application for the for the pilot, there is a recertification or an amendment to the incorporation of the Green Essex Partners LLC, and the amendment is to identify or to qualify as an urban renewal entity. And when you look up what urban renewal entity is, it actually sets a limit to the profit that can be made, which is 12%. I thought that was a protection for the township as well. But our profit, our administration has negotiated a profit margin of 6%, which is way below what the urban renewal entity requires by statute, which is 12%. I could probably go on and on, but I've got to say that I've spent an enormous amount of time researching, talking, asking questions, and just really focusing on trying to come to a decision here. And, you know, it was a hard one, and I can't say I can't support this. I don't see a benefit in voting no for this. So I've rambled enough, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, I'd like to call for a vote, please. Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there a motion to approve 2593-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Yes, resolution 304-19, resolution approving tax appeal settlement.
Excuse me, Mr. Trank. Oh,
No, I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask a question about 304, so.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Trank.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
These are packaged, so Madam Clerk, if we could go to 304-19.
Sure. Resolution approving tax appeal settlement concerning Executive Drive / Rooney Circle.
Okay, Madam Clerk, Councilman Kukoviac has a question.
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Trank? I know we talked in the executive session about the specific numbers, but the specific numbers of each of the three proposed in the settlement are public. And I just want to ask you, when I go to the state database to find what the sales are, each of the three sales prices are less than what we're offering to settle here. And I'm just wondering, is that...
I have no knowledge of what database you're referring to.
Okay, it's just the state database of all tax properties. And it just says that, for example, it says a 10 Rooney Circle sold for $3 million, and we've got here a little less than $2.6 million.
Well, it's assessed amount, right?
Mr. Blau will address it. He's still waiting. Still waiting.
And that's actually the number we've been using since the sale took place 2 years ago.
The sales price of $3 million times the 2020 ratio gets to the 2020 proposed assessment.
The ratio. Okay.
That answer your question?
That answers
There
the
you
question.
go. Thank you, Mr. Ball. Madam Clerk?
The old remember the ratio trick.
Is there a motion to approve Resolution 304-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 309-19, resolution authorizing a memorandum of agreement between the West Orange Public Library and the Township of West Orange.
So moved.
Oh,
Second?
okay, hold on a minute. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
I'm actually going to vote yes on this.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President
Just to drive you
Garino.
crazy.
Yes. What are you trying to confuse?
Resolution 311-19, resolution authorizing the local finance board application pursuant to the provisions of NJSA 40A:12A-67G and 40A:12A-29A3 for its approval of the issuance by the Township of West Orange not to exceed $4,500,000 aggregate principal amount of non-recourse development area bonds.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Resolution 312-19, resolution designating a redeveloper and authorizing the execution of the redevelopment agreement with Green Essex Partners Urban Renewal LLC for the property known as Block 155, lots 40.1 40.02, 41.02, and 42.02 on the tax map of the township, along with the agreement and exhibits to the agreement. Is there a motion to approve 312-19?
Second?
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Okay. Resolution 314-19, resolution authorizing the township to renew its membership in the Garden State Municipal JIF for an additional 2-year period. Councilwoman Matute Brown, you...
I pulled it.
Oh,
I
sorry.
just wanted, just for clarity's sake, because I understand that there is some concern about our participation in the JIF, can you just talk about what that resolution is, please?
This is a resolution that authorizes us to rejoin the Garden State JIF for the next 3 years. Most municipal entities now in the state belong to one of probably a half dozen joint insurance funds. Instead of paying for a private insurance company, municipalities pool their money together in a professionally run joint insurance fund. And we went out. We've shopped every 3 years. We shop them. You're required to go in for a 3-year period, and we shopped this, and we came in the lowest of. We went out, looked at 3. One didn't bid at all. One bid $100,000 more than the joint insurance, than the Garden State Joint Insurance Fund, and of course this. So. None of them are perfect. I've belonged to 3 different ones in my career. They definitely are much more positive than having commercial insurance, but they have their limitations, and so we do pretty well with them. So tonight you see the benefit of something that this joint insurance fund did,
Yes.
that they don't have to do, and that's they're paying for the rental of an ambulance and a fire truck for us for the 2 vehicles that got significantly seriously damaged in an accident on 280. So they're not required to do that for us, but they did it, and because we expressed how important it was for us to make sure that we were able to serve our residents. And that's the big advantage of going with a joint insurance fund as opposed to commercial insurance, because in commercial insurance, that would never
happen. Yeah, I was surprised to see that. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve 314-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Okay. Ordinances on...
Did we vote on 299?
Oh.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we did not. Okay. Councilwoman Matute Brown, you pulled that?
Yes, I did. And I also wanted, just for a conversation, particularly since we are talking about area in need of redevelopment, Mr. Gross, if you can talk about what this speaks to. I know that we received the funding for it from the state, but I also, in this conversation, I just wanted you to briefly describe the difference between the pilot, like what this pilot is from the brownfields. Not that this is a pilot. Just no.
Okay.
Not that this is a pilot.
Okay. Why don't we deal with this resolution,
okay,
and then I can answer that question.
Okay.
This resolution, basically, we acquired a site with contamination. The state is funding a lot of the cleanup that's going on with that, most of the cleanup, in fact, through a grant, and that's what this is. This is just next stage. You've seen several of these before. You'll probably see several more before we're done.
And this is also a property that, is this the property, one of the properties that are owned by, is this?
This is owned by the township.
By the township,
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. Well, I guess we should just vote on it then. We go on to
It's a $5 million,
It's all right,
it's a $5 million grant, and we draw from that to pay for this remediation.
Is there a motion to approve 299-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Ordinance 2592-19, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Section 6.6 and 6.7, and Chapter 15, Section 2.9 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, database of residents in need of special assistance. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
On introduction, yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Okay. Council
Is there any?
President?
oh,
Wait, it's public.
I'm sorry.
Public hearing
Thank you.
first.
Is there anyone in the general public wishing to be heard on ordinance 2592-19? Seeing none, I close public comment. I open it to my council colleagues. Councilwoman
Thank you.
McCartney?
So when this was first introduced on first reading, I had questioned, were we going to consolidate the police departments, Take Me Home, Register Ready, that comes out of Office of Emergency Management, Health Office with the homebound, and so we were working on that.
Yeah,
So now
well,
we
we
have
are
an
continuing to
ordinance.
work on that, and the verb, it's my understanding that the verbiage in here is not inconsistent with what we're doing, so we're recommending that you adopt.
And it's not redundant with all the other programs that are out there? Or
Well,
will it eventually
It's a need to make a
consolidate
statement,
everything?
but it's not how we implement it. We need to do the things that are within, and make adopt the ordinance and the intent of the ordinance, than how we're doing it with our own systems.
Was this a best practice?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then now we can, all
Yes.
right. Yeah, Sustainable Jersey works like that.
Anything else,
Okay,
Councilwoman?
nope, just
Madam
clarifying.
Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve 2592-19?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac? Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Ordinance 2594-19, an ordinance creating a reclassification and salary schedule of certain Township of West Orange employees, setting forth their titles, classification, and salary ranges, and adopting a salary guide and establishing the employee's status as a Township employee under the guidelines of the New Jersey Department of Personnel. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes. Is there anyone from the general public wishing to be heard on ordinance 2594-19? Seeing none? You guys are going to laugh at me too?
No, sorry.
I'm only joking.
Looking at the public.
Okay. Seeing none, I close public comment. I open it to my council colleagues. Seeing none, I close council comments.
Is
Madam
there a
Clerk?
motion to approve 2590?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilwoman McCartney?
Yes.
Council President Garino.
Yes.
Pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
Real quick, if someone, Mr. Gross or Mr. Sears is busy wrapping up, if you could just write down, for Mr. Lepore, the light right on this corner here, I don't know, the county supposedly fixed it, but it's still...
Talk about the traffic light?
The traffic light right here on Main and Mount Pleasant is just taking forever with the right
I'll mention
signal
it.
doesn't go. So I promised my
Lenny said
husband
that-
I would ask tonight.
Under this
Lenny
topic
said
of
that's
pending matters, tonight is the last meeting of the year. As a matter of practice, in order to adopt some housekeeping resolutions that we really don't know all about until after the first of the year, this is the meeting that we ask that you recess until January 7th?
Correct.
So January 7th, in which case then on January 7th, we'll have the closing of this meeting with some more housekeeping resolutions, and then you would go into your January 7th regular meeting.
Yes.
So I'll ask that you recess.
Just remember, Lenny notified Sanjeev, the engineer, about that light, so...
Okay, he did?
Yes, but just
Okay.
follow up because...
Is there a motion to recess the meeting?
Yes, but before we do, can I say something, Madam Clerk? Certainly. Okay. First of all, thank you to Michelle, to Cindy, to Susan, to Joe. Thank you for being great colleagues, and thank you for making, this presidency, it's really been enjoyable. Really, it has. I have great respect. I think we've all become close friends, and I appreciate that. That's the biggest reward you can get. To the administration, to Karen, to John, to Jack, to Ken, thank you for all the work you've done. Thank you for helping me through my term, and I look forward to next year, and I wish you all the best. And to the residents of West Orange, the people here, I want to wish you all, on behalf of my council colleagues, the merriest of Christmases, the most joyous of a new year, the happiest of Hanukkah, the kinship of Kwanzaa, and the love and affection to all of you. And we'll see you in 2020. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Is there